the recent president of it, I'm taking this opportunity to greet all our staff, both of the department, of our committee, and all the staff of Parliament who's in this meeting, assisting us with everything that now we are here today. Honorable members, I'm taking this opportunity to open this meeting knowing that today we do have plenaries who have given the time that we must have this meeting until the time that we have seen in the proposed agenda. Again, today we are here whilst we are aware that some of people who are part of us as this department and as this committee, they've passed on. May all their souls rest in peace, particularly Usis Deborah. May her soul rest in peace. On behalf of the committee, we'll issue this statement. This thing happened whilst I was having a bereavement at home. I was having a funeral this weekend, and I couldn't do the work of the committee as I came back after the funeral. I don't want to take your time. We know there are so many people of South Africa, sport-loving people who were playing, and congratulations to all teams that are presenting us locally, nationally, and internationally. We do enjoy to see you presenting and putting the South African flag fly higher. Let me take this opportunity to, before introduction, but I was in a way telling you who is here. But let me also now ask apologies from our office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We only have one apology from the Deputy Minister, who is going to join the meeting late because she's in another meeting that started at 8:30. And the Minister has requested to leave the meeting at 12:30 if the meeting is not done, because he has to attend to another meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I'm presenting this agenda in front of you, and is then after that I will ask the introduction of our visitors. I'm putting this agenda in front of you, honorable members. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm concerned, and I'd like to raise a concern to the meeting, especially to you, Chair. I think the culture of our meeting, before we adopt the agenda, the rule says we must receive the document 72 hours. I only received this document at 14:50 yesterday, and it is wrong. It is uncalled for us to do an oversight work whereby someone
take off your video. We've seen you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo,
documents earlier.
Your network is
what was the yes, okay, Chair.
Yes. No, I was saying that put off now. We've seen your video. It's disturbing you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apology.
Okay.
I was just raising a concern, Chair. I think we must get an explanation why documents are late. What is the reason? And then we'll take it from there before I adopt the agenda, because I think it's a culture for our committee. We've done it to several entities. If they give us documents late, we must get an explanation and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mshongo. Honorable Sonde.
Chair, good morning to the meetings. I heard the concern of Honorable Mshongo, but it doesn't stop us from adopting the agenda as presented to us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sonde. I'm seeing the hand of Honorable Mamabulo, Honorable Sibia.
No, my hand is up so that I can support the adoption of the agenda. We note the concern of Mr. Mutongo also. I think maybe we can get the explanation later on, but it doesn't stop us from adopting the agenda. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mamabulo. Honorable Sibia, your hand is off. Okay, honorable members, I'm getting the direction that the concerns raised by Honorable Mshongo is the concerns, they are the concerns of the committee. Correctly so, as Honorable Mshongo was saying, as I was telling you that I was in our rural areas at home, I was not even aware. I didn't look when I was at home whether what is going on, but I've seen the time that we receive the presentation is not the time that we do enjoy this committee, that when we want the work to be done, especially with the SARU, they've asked a postponement of the meeting because they were not going to be around. And I must declare that I called, and when I was about to go home Thursday and Friday, when I was on my way, saying that I would love that a committee must get the report which we've given yesterday, that it must be with us on Friday. I want to tell the members that the office and myself, we tried, but my office did tell that she can't get hold of them, send emails, and the only clarification they were going to give us, but I was aware that they were also away and they came on Sunday. But irrespective of that, even myself, I was wondering why are we not getting the report? But they are here. They will explain. Thank you, honorable members, to agree that irrespective of what happened, but at least yesterday, the whole day and night, we saw and we read. Some of us were out of touch. I'm aware that Honorable Mshongo and Honorable Mashingos also have written emails to me, but I couldn't have time. That it's just only yesterday I've said the office must just noted that I've seen their emails, and in fact, if I was ready, then I was going to ask the secretary to tell them that what they are proposing, I'm going to put in a formal meeting. I've noted. So I do have also that indication that I did receive your emails, but through the bereavement of myself, I've said the office must just note it. Honorable members, let me welcome again the new board of SARU, still led by Mr. Mark, say, tell us who are you in the platform, and let alone that, honorable members, the former members of SARU, they've been giving me a pressurizing me. Not all of them wanted to join the meeting, but thank you, Zoleka and Jambo, to tell them how the meeting is conducted. If you are no longer a member of this committee, Beauty Lulan, come next election, you must join the public space, not want to be given a platform where you are no longer belonging. I've seen that they were having maybe a good interest, but wherever they are, they must join the public, because we do have links for everyone who is interested to listen us. But in this platform, it's only the invitees. Our apology, but they must know every now and then that they are not going to get the link. But fortunately, we do have platforms where they can access and listen to us. Mr. Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
President of SARU.
Good morning, Chairperson, the Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, honorable members of Parliament, colleagues, members of the media. Thanks for the opportunity to respond to the questions of the last meeting. And I'll just give you our delegation. The delegation is led by me, Mark Alexander, the President. Our Deputy President, Francois Davids, will join us late. He's got COVID, but he will join us. The board member, Mimi Tao, Pat Kin, Annie Bartman, Randall September, Mr. Saban, our CFO, Kaya Mahedwa, our stakeholder management, Mrs. Dupilasani, and Christopher Herrera from our legal and compliance, and Mr. Ian Swart, in charge of strategic planning. Thank you, Chairperson.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
Who did me? Thank you, President. Now I'm giving you to run this part of your delegation. You'll tell us who's going to present, and even when we asking questions, deliberations, you will sort your team. To you, President Mark.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll do that, Chairperson. Do you want me to start, Chairperson?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson, firstly, I would like to apologize for the late delivery of our presentation and the timeline document, because as you said, we're overseas. Not only were we overseas, I was down with COVID, so we apologize for that, and we didn't want to anger the committee in any way. Chairperson, following from the meeting at the last meeting, we were asked to answer on the matters regarding our CEO. SARU appointed a specialist legal team to review the way forward in dealing with the matter pertaining to the CEO of South African Rugby. This has been discussed continuously in the media, and from a cautionary note and from internal legal advice, as outlined the follow. The legal process is still underway. Procuring a detailed and comprehensive legal opinion some matters arise recently, and you'll see by the timeline document when that has arisen. The structures of SARU, in particular the executive, have definitive director's duties and requires us a due process for consideration and deliberation. The ExCo cannot ignore these duties. SARU cannot be deemed above the law and act outside the confines of this legal process. The caution of exposing the organization in the public domain claims for playing out the matter in the media or publicly, allowing us the legal freedom to see this through to its natural conclusion, and we have to protect the integrity and the future of the organization, given that it is open itself to claims unnecessary. So, Chairperson, I am not presenting the actual legal documents in the public domain. I have delivered a full copy of this to the Minister's office, but we cannot play it out in this thing because the process has not been completed and we cannot expose the organization in any form. But I will take the committee through the timeline up to date, and I will be quoting some of the legal comments made previously and not the final one. So the presentation will be highlights of that detailed timeline that we sent out to the committee. The timeline document is a series of events since the CEO was employed to SARU in 2010. Our presentation is a highlight of that process. What this timeline demonstrates is that every decision made by the executive was in line with good corporate governance and the discharging of our fiduciary duties. Up till we got to April, and things changed, and different decisions had to be made. But that document will show you the activities throughout that process and from the beginning of the year. So, Chairperson, can I ask our CFO to bring up the document on the screen and to share it with the presentation with the committee?
Yes, please.
Thank you. The host, can the host allow us in? It says the host disabled participant screen sharing. So
Yes,
the host, who's ever hosting the event, the meeting, the chairperson, can allow us permission?
Zolega.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will do just that. Who will be sharing the screen?
Mr. Saban.
Thank you.
Abubakar Saban.
You may go ahead, Mr. Saban.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Zuleka. Can we move on, Mr. Saban? So Chairperson, on the agenda is the CEO's position, our corporate governance structure. There was a question came up in the last meeting around safeguarding policy. We'll just show you that the policy is there. Just a thing on our international fixture program, women's rugby and professionalism, the Southern Kings and the EP Kings liquidation, and the Zelt Mare matter. Please carry on. Chairperson, in 2010, Mr. Roo was appointed to South African Rugby on the recommendation of an independent panel. At that time, there were no allegations against Mr. Saban and Mr. Roo, and the internal panel did all the necessary recruiting processes when Mr. Roo was appointed. 37 months later, Mr. Roo advised the President and the Deputy President of the potential legal action by his former employee, November 2013. A legal opinion was then sought on the possible suspension, and we received advice from Suzanne. I can't say this. We got it from the Cape Bar, and the view of the Cape Bar at the time was based on the information available to the Cape Bar, and presently it was not possible to suspend the employee. Early 2014, the executive commissioned a further legal opinion. It was consulted to verify the resolution of the executive committee against good corporate governance and fiduciary responsibility. Because the executive found that based on the legal opinion by the Cape Bar, that it wasn't prudent to suspend the CEO at that point in time. So we resolved that we'll wait for this case to unfold, and as it unfolds, we will make a decision as and when that happens. We then had it checked out, and we based our decision on that. We then took that same decision to our general counsel, and it was presented by the then president, and the legal opinions, in which the meeting ratified that not only the decision of the executive, but the extension of the CEO's contract to 2021. In 2016, the matter came up again. We then went and appointed a short legal advice, and we went to ENS, and Advocate S.A. Celia concluded. And he looked at the opinion and again reinforced the principles that we took initially. The President, Hoskins, then wrote to the staff confirming that Mr. Roux had the executive's ununanimous backing to continue in his role as CEO. SA Rugby confirmed support of the early decision regarding Roux in the press. In April 2016, a special council meeting was held, attended by SASCOC, ratifying the decision of the executive in respect to the handling of the Stellenbosch Roux matter and the renewal of the contract of the CEO. SASCOC normally attends our AGM, so they were present at that meeting. Following the withdrawal of the criminal case in 2010 against Mr. Roux in 2020, and after lengthy delays, it was decided to take the case to arbitration, and that we were advised in January 2020. At the end of 2020, we were advised that the arbitration ruled against Mr. Roux. We then had an urgent executive meeting, and a subcommittee was set up to deal with the matter. And the chairman of the HR and Remuneration and Social Ethics was Mr. Ngomeni. The chairperson of the Audit and Risk, Mary Ann, and the chairman of Finance Committee sat on there. The three independents was appointed to review the outcome in conjunction with myself and the deputy. In January of 2021, the CEO advised the executive that the arbitration appeal that they were going to appeal the case. Again, that case ran the whole of 2021, and the outcome came again in December, where the arbitration was upheld. The subcommittee in January started engaging with our legal team, Mr. Professor Michael Katz and Mr. Wim Trengrove, to provide a legal opinion. What is SARU's position? How do we enforce what has just happened? The EXCO, so there was a series of documents changing between our legal team and Mr. Roux's legal team. And if you look at in the document in that timeline, you'll see that the dates when documents were moving back and forth. But things changed in April. when Mr. Root took the case to High Court, and our legal team provided us with an opinion. So that opinion now, in that opinion, it talks about us getting a HR expert to help us with implementing the opinion. We have just now appointed an independent HR expert to assist us with the implementation of that opinion. So, Chairperson, if you look at the timeline and the document we just gave, this is on the presentation is a highlight of that. You can see the activities. We weren't sitting on our hands. There was a whole lot of activities for the last couple of years regarding this issue. But when things change, when SARU could now make a decision, take action, all happened in the middle of April. And that's where we are right now. We appointed an independent HR expert to assist us with the implementation of that opinion. The CEO will now share the legal cost. That is the question that came out of the last meeting, Chairperson. The CFO, sorry, the CEO. Mr. Saban.
Good morning all. I'm through you, Madam Chair. The request from this committee, and without compromising any of our potential legal positions wherever this case goes, and knowing that we put information into this.
Can you show your face?
I can confirm that we've gone back at the request of this committee.
Members, even if he
showed the inception, and we were asked to unpack our legal expenses, and it wasn't just a matter of getting it at source, because we are engaged in a multitude of legal advice, consultative matters, etc. So what we've done is we've gone back to 2013 when this thing was brought to the attention of this executive committee to act upon, and we looked at the cost up until our year in 2021. And again, I'll speak to governance, but all of this numbers here.
Can you just show your face?
And can be subjected to further scrutiny through either our auditors, and through this from 2013 to 2021. We confirm that we've spent 943,000 Rand on legal consulting in the matter of the CEO to safeguard SARU. It's not money spent on the CEO's case itself, but to protect the board of SARU in terms of the pot.
Point of order, Chairperson.
That just alluded to the potential risk of them making a decision that is not an informed decision.
I was trying to ask him, he can't hear me, that he must show his face and go away, but as you have seen that whilst he's not on screen, he's not able to speak clearly. Just show your face,
Madam Chair.
CFO. Yes.
Is that okay? You see my face and the presentation?
Yes. There he is, honorable members. We've seen you, Samad. Go on. You can take off now because you are not very clear. Take off your camera and go on.
Thank you. We'll do so. So in terms of the actual expenditure on the matter, as I just said, and just to repeat, that we've expended on providing the board with advice on the legal consequences. We've spent a total of 943,000 between 2013 and 2021 on matters pertaining to the CEO. And in that, whilst we've unpacked that analysis, we've spent during that time 38 million on total legal spend for the organization. Through you, Mr. President, that is on the legal cost. I'll stop sharing.
President, Mr. Saban, Yes, Mr. Savan is done.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you go to the next? Mr. Khan, could you go to the next one? So Saban will continue with this as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the purposes of the committee, to confirm the agenda item on the governance structure, I'll just take you through what South African Rugby structure is currently, from its shareholding all the way down to its management or the execution of those ExCo strategies. We are governed, of course, and our ultimate decision-making, ultimate owner within our structures is the South African General Council. In a typical company's structure, that would be your shareholders. So we've got the shareholders, and the shareholders are made up of our constituents being our member unions, and we've listed all our member unions on the left. That member union sits within the General Council. They then provide the Executive Council with authority. That authority is delivered and executed by way of the SARU Constitution, which is owned at the General Council. They give certain powers to the Executive Council, and the Executive Council effectively, again, when I come back to Companies Act, because we transact, we manage our business as if we are a company. We are not subjected to MFMA or PFMA, but our codes effectively talks to that of a company. That authority is then given to the Executive Council. We have got 6 elected officials, meaning that it's officials elected from our various members through a process of voting through a period that is predetermined. We have 4 independents, typically that goes into the market in terms of king governance, how you want boards to be balanced. We've got 1 players representative from the players union. Then we've got the CEO and myself as the balance of the Executive Council. And from the Executive Council, we effectively go and the work that is done through guidance from, again, King's Code, Companies Act, is we've got statutory committees and we've got non-statutory committees. And we always try to comply in terms of best practice, best governance structures. And to that, we've got the committees that we refer to and that I will refer to a little bit later in the slides. When we go further in terms of our ExCo, there's a little bit of a profile of the current, and I won't spend too much time on the current governance structure. We've had 1 independent that had resigned. That is not reflected on this, but as at year end, he was an ExCo member, that is Mr. Louis Bonziana, as an independent member. So we will be replacing him as the position is vacant, but his position sitting on a very important subcommittee has been delegated to a current ExCo member on an interim basis. If one then goes into a continuation of that structure into a very important structure where that subcommittees effectively, they don't make the decisions, but they purely provide the insights and they report into the Executive Councils for the Executive Council to then effectively make informed decisions through disseminating that responsibility down the line. And again, we do have some committees that is not in your normal or your ordinary business, because we are not an ordinary business. We maintain our statutory committees, being those of Audit and Risk, Finance Committee, and HR and Remuneration Committee. That has also got a social and ethics responsibility. And then we've got what we call is our non-statutory committee, which talks about issues of judicial transformation, non-franchise rugby, and the product of franchise rugby. Just a continuation of those further ad hoc committees. We then have got various ad hoc committees, and it's ad hoc committees that we assess and we review based on the requirements, be it on the governance side, be it on the rugby product side, but it's ad hoc committees that, as the name suggests, is structured and is populated as is required. When I then go into into, if one wants to have a meaningful look at South African rugby, the way it's structured, if you want to do a scorecard in terms of best practice, if we are compliant in areas of governance, I think the best area to look at it is our annual report. We've published the annual report a few weeks back. It is a document that is in the public domain, and the document that is in the public domain is sitting on that website, and it talks quite a few pages that talks about integrated reporting, and that within that integrated reporting, it will talk to the responsibility of the board and the responsibility as a good corporate citizen of South Africa. And those documents are all in the report, and we've got the committee's terms of references, and we've got the committee's minutes that will support what we attest to in the annual report. Then just to continue, in terms of the terms of reference, and again, it's in the report, the terms of reference in terms of when we do have a statutory committee, it is clearly mandated through the EXCO, and it's clearly guided through a terms of reference that is reviewed on an annual basis, and then there's a performance in terms of the measurement of the effectiveness of the terms of reference of each committee. We've put into the slide, and it's for illustration purposes, all of the above culminates in something called a delegation of authority, whereby we go into various areas within our organizations, various cycles, be it financial or non-financial statements, so that there's an absolutely clear segregation of duties and understanding of accountabilities and responsibilities within the cycles and within EXCO, and all the way into its subcommittees and the responsibility of management as well. Just to talk about that overall governance structure, I think it's important to understand that when we look at the organization's risk and like any other company, one has got to formulate some form of a risk mitigation strategy, some form of a model that tells you that we are operating within an environment, and you provide assurance that we are actually a business that's governed well, and that a business that is sustainable. So we've adopted a combined assurance model, which means that effectively, when we tell our stakeholders that we manage that assurance does not come from management alone. It does not come from the CFO alone. It comes through a process of a three-line defense. The first one is the responsibility, and management takes that responsibility to be the first line of defense for any organization. Then we get the second line of defense, as I've just spoken about, in terms of our structures and our assurance and governance structures through committees, etc. And then I think what we are all familiar with is somebody has to give you that scorecard, that report card, to tell you that you're effective or you're not effective in the various spheres of our business. So the third line of defense is, firstly, external audit. We place a heavy reliance on the external audit report. I can confirm that South African Rugby is audited and subjected to a full IFRS, which is an accounting framework, and we've appointed for the very first year in 2021 new auditors, well-known next year, SAB&T, and they replaced a long-standing auditor with a reputation of a PwC, but we did it based on governance around auditor rotation. So next year's our auditors. Internal audit, we've outsourced to KPMG, where we understand a name, a brand, and the quality of work that is being done. And in the last part of that third line of defense, we do get independent assurances. So be it through consultants, be it through mitigating us through tax matters, legal matters. And when it comes to financial statements, we do valuations, external valuations, to give us the comfort around some of our post-retirement benefit and medical aid, and we do receive such assurances from them. And I think when one takes this as a combined assurance model, it's got to give the organization a sense that we're on the right track in terms of being a corporate citizen that is responsible, and it's responsible in terms of the way it's governed and the way it is structured. So just assurance providers are then indicated and categorized between the management, the audit and risk committee for the purpose of King 4 assurance, and then the external audit providers, internal and external auditors. The finance committee plays a massive role within this organization. It is there to ensure that it supports this line of defense in terms of making sure that this organization is a viable and sustainable organization. A match may be played today and be gone on the same day, but the organization is here beyond that. We manage our organization on the basis that it is a going concern, and a going concern means that we believe this organization can be available or will be around into the foreseeable future. Just to conclude on the finance committee, very important for it, and although they work hand in hand with our audit and risk committee, we've had an unqualified audit year on year. An unqualified audit means that there's no sense from our external auditors that operates independently that there's any matters that it can materially influence the organization's position in terms of its assets being fairly valued and being in excess of its liabilities, to give us that assurance that we are a sound financial, we are in a sound financial position. And again, the finance committee terms of reference is well defined within its own mandate, and also when we put it into the annual report, we disclose it as such. On the governance structure, I think it's important to understand and again to reiterate that we are subjected to external audit. We've just gone through our 2021 audit. It is a new auditor that started in 2021, so the audit work is a little bit, I think, a little bit more involved in terms of getting to their opinion because they need to understand our business. But on the back of work done for a multitude of years from PwC, it was a good basis for them to start on. They have raised no issues in terms of the financials, issued us with an unqualified report. We then take it through our structures before the financials gets approved. It goes in and the approval is at an AGM level. The Audit and Risk Committee has the responsibility, as it is governed, that they must recommend to the ExCo for approval at the AGM that our financial statements are free of material weaknesses, and that it actually represents the financial state. And that Audit and Risk Committee comprises of or is chaired by an independent chairperson, and its committee members are not ExCo members. They are further independence that provides and supports the ExCo into reaching this conclusion. I think very importantly, the auditors had focused this year again on their review of management control override and what it is that you can do to manipulate numbers or manipulate outcomes. And they had found that they have not found any weaknesses in this regard after doing an extensive review of persons' ability to breach segregation of duties, journal entries, availability of cash, transfer of resources, and the auditors had concluded that no such incidents were found and had thus reported this into our structures. That is from a governance perspective. I think comprehensive in the PowerPoint that is in front of you, and hopefully through the explanation. I think just to go on to the third bit before I hand it back to the President. One of the questions that was asked was around the safeguarding policy. The safeguarding policy is on the website. It is a public document. So if you go into the Springboks website, you follow the trails, there's actually a PDF that you can download, and it states the safeguarding policy. It is an approved policy that's on the website. It was appointed, it appointed a SARU compliance officer in 2020 already. We are within 100% of the timelines to implement from a grassroots levels all the way up to Springboks. SARU was actually part of the initial team that developed the safeguarding policy, and SARU has an active safeguarding committee. We are thus, if one looks at it, we are thus in compliance with government framework in delivering such a safeguarding policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Bobby. Next one. Just hold on. We'll continue with the next slide, please.
Okay.
Next one. Mr. Maedwa, will lead us with this one, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me show my face. I'm not sure if you can see my face. Thank you for the opportunity. Greetings once again to the Chairperson, the Minister, and the Deputy Minister, the honorable members of Parliament. My part is to just give an outlook of the fixtures program, international fixtures. For the incoming series, we'll be playing Wales on the 2nd of July in Pretoria. And the Springboks will be playing Wales again in July, the 9th of July in Bloemfontein. And then the third test will be in Cape Town on the 16th of July. That is for the incoming series. For the Rugby Championships, the Springboks versus New Zealand will be playing in Mbombela on the 6th of August. And against New Zealand, again, the All Blacks on the 13th of August in Johannesburg. And then we'll do the Argentina on the 24th of September in Durban. That is for the Rugby Championships. The Rugby World Cup Sevens will be on the 9th to the 11th of September in Cape Town. We are excited to also mention that from the 9th to the 11th of December, the HSBC World Rugby Sevens Series is back in Cape Town. That is on the 9th to the 10th of December. The estimated combined direct and indirect induced economic impact is 4.3 billion. That's an estimation. Thank you very much. That is a program in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. And one man left for presentation is a Women's World Cup outside the country in November in New Zealand. Continue, please, Bobby. Ask Mrs. Tao to lead us with this one, Mimi.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Chair.
Mimi.
Show your face, Mimi. Show your face, Mimi.
I'm trying to.
Oh, there
Is
you
it showing
are.
now?
Yes, a beautiful lady is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think as SARU, we see women's rugby as a strategic priority, not only for us, even for the world rugby. And of course, investment taking place globally to deliver more opportunities and grow sustainable participation. There's also new international competitions being created, like the Sevens Challenger Series and the regional competitions. Also creating a pinnacle events for the growing number of female participants. And also looking at the profile of women's rugby in South Africa at an all-time high. Then we have the top high performance manager, Ms. Lynn Cantwell, which was headhunted to drive performance gains and shape pathways. We're also securing corporate sponsorship support, a key commercial target. And in conclusion, Chair, I must say that I think we realize as SARU that there's still a lot to be done in terms of really getting our women where we want them to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. Saban. We seem to be jammed there. We seem to be jammed. Here we go.
Thank you. Mr. President, just on another matter that we were asked to comment on is the matter of the Southern Kings EP liquidation. And what we have is a timelines in terms of this whole journey, and it's been a journey. So in November 2010, SA Rugby announced the intention to field the Southern Kings team to participate in the then Vodacom Super Rugby. They then did participate in the competition as one of just the 5 teams. In August 2013, the King lost his place in Super Rugby in a 2-leg playoff against the Lions. November 2015, due to financial constraints, South African Rugby had to take control of the franchise when their union, to whom the operation and the franchise had been granted, ran into financial trouble. In February 2016, the Kings returned to the Super Rugby when the competition was expanded to 18 teams. And then in April 2017, SANZO announced that the Super Rugby participation from 18 teams will reduce to 15 teams in 2018. September 2017, the Kings and the Toyota Cheetahs were then, because they could not participate in the reduced Super Rugby, we moved them into a new competition that we participated in, and at that point in time, it was referred to the Guinness Pro 14 competition. In January 2019, a company, GRC, greatest company, rugby company, acquired 74% shareholding in the franchise, with EPRU still retaining a 26% shareholding as per our constitution. And in June 2020, SA Rugby resumed control of the Kings following the failure of GRC to meet its contractual commitments, i.e. it had financial constraints. In August 2020, the Southern Kings withdrew from a potential domestic competition because of an ongoing financial challenges. And in September 2020, the board of SA Rugby, SA Super Rugby, who housed the franchise trading as the Southern Kings, was placed into voluntary liquidation. The board of SA Rugby Pty was placed into liquidation, insolvent company, as they could not secure any long-term financial future of rugby in the Eastern Province. The shareholders, the Eastern Province Rugby Union and SA Rugby, as a joint shareholder, took the decision in the face of an accumulated deficit of 55 million rand with zero income in prospect for the remainder of 2020. The hard fact is that the Kings are insolvent with significant debts and zero assets, and it would have been reckless of the board to continue to trade. That was the words of the then president, Mr. Andre Rademan, who was also the chairman of the board. Its constitution would have required loans from the EPRU and loans additional to the 45 that the company had already owed to SA Rugby and that it was unable to settle. And in the absence of rugby in 2020 and without any guarantees as to income or the prospects of income, that would have rendered them financially irresponsible to have to put more money into this entity and to continue running the entity. Mr. Mark Alexander, the president of SA Rugby, said that extending additional credit to an insolvent entity at a time when the rugby industry is required to make a savings of 1.2 billion to stay afloat was not an option. And the history of the Kings had been one of expectation and anticipation, but unfortunately, the parallel story of the commercial failures couldn't be wished away any longer, said Mr. Alexander. The debts of the organization had accumulated over the years and were considerable. And in the current environment, the only certainty was that they would grow. The membership of SA Rugby has invested heavily in the Kings project, but it was time for re-examination of what is the appropriate and sustainable pathway for rugby in the Eastern Province.
Can you continue, Mr.? Can we continue? Carry on, please, Mr. Saban. Result.
Anyone can assist?
Mr. Saban, you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, let me just fall in. I'm going to ask Mr. Ferreira to take us through the case of from legal and compliance. Mr. Ferreira.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair Lady and members. On the 12th of October 2021, the South African Union informed the then President of the Western Province Rugby Football Union, Zeld Moret, that SARU was invoking clause 29 of the SARU Constitution. SARU invoked this clause due to the financial distress, significantly shortcomings in governance, and a clear leadership breakdown at both Western Rugby Province Rugby Football Union and their professional arm, jointly referred to as the Western Province. Clause 29(5) of the SARU Constitution provide that if a union failed to comply with any of the provisions of clauses 29(1) to 29(4) and 29(9), the Executive Council may, subject to the provisions of clauses 29(7) and 29(8), suspend all SARU funding, suspend SARU membership, and assume responsibilities of the affairs of such union, and without detracting from the generality of the foregoing, such assumption of responsibility for the affairs of unions may include the suspension from office of their elected and or appointed officials, and the appointment of SARU of administrators who shall assume all decision-making powers of the unions on both governance and operational levels, and who shall have the authority to direct employees, including the chief executive officers, on a day-to-day basis, such administrators to report and be accountable to and take direction from the Executive Council. You can go down on the slide. When SARU assumed administrative responsibility and took control of the affairs of Western Province in terms of the mentioned clause, it also invoked its right to suspend all the elected and appointed officials of Western Province from office. On 12 October 21, Mr. Murray instructed Mr. Danny Jones and Mr. Denzel Titus to advise the members of the union, members of the council, members of the EXCO, secretaries of clubs, the trustees of the union, and representatives of associated bodies and leagues to give full support to the administration process instituted by SARU. On 9 November 21, the SARU EXCO appointed Mr. Rian Oberholzer of Access Management Services as the administrator of Western Province and the professional arm. Despite having been suspended as a president of Western Province Rugby Football Union and advising the Western Province Rugby Football Union constituencies to give their full support, Mr. Moret unlawfully continued to communicate with affiliates of Western Province. Ms. Moret did so by using electronic Western Province Rugby Football Union letterheads. He also continued to misrepresent himself as a president of Western Province Rugby Football Union and or the chairman of the professional arm. On 14 December 2022, SARU requests Mr. Moret to desist from such behavior with immediate effect. On the 2nd of March 2022, Mr. Moret unlawfully and without authority again wrote a letter as the president of Western Province Rugby Football Union on the letterhead of the province. The letter was sent to, inter alia, the president of SARU, deputy president of SARU, members of the council of Western Province Rugby Football Union, And in this letter, Mr. Marais makes several unfounded statements and accusations. Below is a high-level summary. On 9 March 2021, Mr. Marais wrote another letter to the members of council. In this letter, Mr. Marais leveled further accusations against SARU. The accusations included the following statements. On 17 March, Mr. Marais wrote a further letter to the members of the council of Western Province Rugby Football Union. With this correspondence, Mr. Marais once again leveled completely inaccurate accusations. Mr. Marais' letters was widely published in the media, including the report of 6 March 2022 and on various websites. SARU then decided that in accordance with clause 5.2 of the SARU Disciplinary Judicial Matters Regulations, that the CEO should investigate the matter or his nominee. Then it was found that Mr. Marais was allegedly guilty of false accusations and derogative statements, and the chairman then of the National Judicial Committee, Judge Lex Mpati, then appointed a judicial officer to investigate the matter. A charge sheet was drawn whereby Mr. Marais allegedly breached clauses 2.13, 14, 2.16, 2.21, 2.22, 2.32, and 2.33 and 2.35 of the SARU Code of Conduct. And the hearing started, preliminary hearing started, where after Mr. Zelt Marais' legal representative requested a number of documents, we supplied same. The preliminary hearing was then arranged for the 3rd of June, whereby in limine arguments will be heard. Mr. Marais has to provide written arguments by the 13th of May. SARU has to reply by the 20th of May, and then the main hearing has been set for the 20th, 21st, and the 23rd of May. That is just the timeline, so that is where we are with this case. Thanks, Ms. Chair Lady.
Thank you, Crystal. Just on with regard to Western Province and the Western Province suspension and the implementation of clause 29. At the time, Western Province was not able to pay salaries to the staff because all their properties were encumbered in one of the deals they made. There were several deals that Western Province made. The first deal they did it with Investec, used the money, and then decided that the deal was not good enough and tried to renegotiate the deal. The second deal they did it with a company called Flate. And again, this is the same thing happened there. So SARU had to stop to implement this clause, to stop the mayhem, and to bring so that the organization could get funding, and we had to provide funding from SARU in the interim, so we can unlock the properties that were encumbered by these deals. So thank you, Chairperson. That is all we have to present right now, and we are available to answer any question that may be imposed.
Thank you, President. Now, honorable members, this is the presentation. Let's interact with each. I'm seeing hands. Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Mahlingozi, Honorable Adams, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Malomani, Honorable Veronica, Honorable Zondi, Honorable Sibia, in that order. Thank you so much with the presentation. Honorable members. Number one.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible, Chair? My
Yes,
network
yes,
is full.
Yes, Honorable Mhlo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we welcome the presentation, and I want to note the outstanding work done by Rugby Union regarding the transformation and gender representative. I welcome that, and I want to welcome the way you've dealt with the issue of Mr. Zal Margay, because last time he came into our meeting unannounced, which is, Mr. President, it shows that there are issues in the union, and whereby even former members are now interested, have asked the chairperson to come to the platform. But nonetheless, Mr. President, I wanted to find out, I support South African Rugby, but I have a duty to do my oversight work. What are you hiding? Why only this legal opinion is not releasing it? Because I think you are playing something which I'm not aware of, because one of the things as an oversight work, you are doing what Cricket South Africa did to us. There was an issue, they said it's sensitive, they don't have to give it to us. We got a legal view, and it was advised that they have to give it to us. Now, I've asked this question in our previous meeting, that can we have the legal opinion regarding the CEO? But even today, you failed to give us that information. What are you hiding? What is this all about? And in our last meeting, you stated clear that you'll give us information, but you failed to do that today. Now, through you, Chairperson, I think I would like to demand the legal opinion of Treverjo. I like to demand that. As a member of parliament, I must be privy to do that, even if issued a sub judice. This is an opinion, and we want to get that opinion. It's not a final, it's an opinion. And how many opinions have we received that we are not aware of? That as a committee, how are we going to do an oversight here? Please, can you update us? Tell us what is the outcome of yesterday's meeting? As per your presentation, you had a meeting yesterday, and there are several legal opinions which we don't have preview to. And I think it's uncalled for us not to get those legal opinions, for us to do an oversight work. May you please reveal the content of that legal opinion? What was the latest legal opinion which you opted that SARU will engage an HR specialist to implement what? What are they going to implement? And who are these HR specialists? What is the role of this independent HR person that you've appointed and mandated to do what? May you please fill us exactly with the content of the meeting that you had yesterday? Give us details. You had a meeting yesterday. What was the outcome of that meeting? And thank you for giving us the legal fees, which I've asked, but you've complied. I wonder, sometimes you respond to us, sometimes you don't. The legal fees, I've noted that, and I welcome that. What is this exactly with this issue of the CEO? And I can tell you he's doing fundamental work. I've noted what he's doing, but there's an issue of principle here, which we are not even privy to, because there are several opinions which, if you have several legal opinions, what is the status of the issue, and why don't you, if you believe in good governance, clean government, transparent government, you must give us that opinion. And tell me about the status of case number 667/2022, because I can tell you the issue, if it's before the court, as parliament, we are doing our oversight work. We are allowed to do our oversight work. We're not tampering. There's a separation of power that we believe in. There's separation of power. The executive, we know that. Now, I wanted to find out, what exactly are these HR specialists going to implement? I think you know the outcome. And your board members, when you say something, it's not for public. Board members are members of the public, are members of different communities. As parliamentarian, I have a constituency to account to. They're asking me, what is this legal opinion? And there are now several legal opinions. Now we need that information. And last question, I wanted to find out regarding the young man, Elton Janji's behavior. What is your view on that? Because that is the latest. and especially its link allegedly with GBV. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I think it is me now.
Okay.
Can I carry on, Chairperson?
Yes, I've said.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would love to welcome the presentation by SARU and.
Honorable Khadebe, where's your face?
Oh, my face is here. Chairperson, can you hear me? Can you see me? My face is here. Chairperson. Yo. Sis Mazo, can I be seen?
Yes, Mr. Madlingo, so you may continue. I'll just check what's happening with the chairperson.
Oh, thank you. I would like to turn off this video now. Chairperson, without much delay, let me also, greet the department, the SARU respectable members, and also my fellow honorable members of the Sport and Cultural Committee. Without delay, I believe that SARU has been very much delaying to report to us as Honorable Mhlongo has said that their delay is very much unacceptable. It doesn't qualify their reasons behind the legal advices, and actually it smacks of disrespect for the committee and its department. It is clear that they were not prepared, Chairperson, to send us the information. Besides that empty overview that they sent until members really, revolted against it. Hence, they sent this yesterday, this better-looking overview. Now, why should an important sporting code like rugby in South Africa be wasting money on legal advices and consultation, while the most important reason of them being around is the sport itself? Chairperson, how is SARU going to work progressively towards shaping and turning the former white-owned sport towards being a fully transformed sporting code, when they can spend so much time and money trying to get rid of each other? If SARU could be held in check by just one individual for so long, Chairperson, how are they genuinely able to turn the sporting code around? I mean, Chairperson, how is SARU going to make sure that in future such tricks or theatrics are not allowed, just for the protection of the sport and the respect of South Africans from all this that is happening for all these years? Chairperson, my other question is, are the black faces under the independent membership having any power in gearing towards transformation of the sporting code? And if yes, how is that showing? Chairperson, how has SARU's policy of recruiting young black rugby players from the so-called Model C schools of yesteryears changed, if ever it has? And if it has changed, how are they doing it recently? And all that, Chairperson, for the last time, I would love to ask, what measures has the body embarked on to truly reshape this sporting code to go from what it was to be what they think it would be? Chairperson, I will stop there from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlengosi.
Chairperson, I think it's me, Honorable Adams. Can I continue? May I continue?
Please go
Can you
ahead.
hear
Ms.
me?
Adams. Yes, Ms. Adams, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me look at my video. Thank you. Greetings to Honorable Minister, the department, members of Portfolio Committee, and also SARU and its members. And let me also welcome the long overdue presentation or report. My question to SARU will be, what was the delay of receiving a full report from SARU regarding the CEO legal case against Stellenbosch University? And then my question, second question, is it true that the CEO, Judy Roo, who now officially find himself on the wrong side of an accounting scandal, has to pay Stellenbosch University the amount of 37 million rand? He shifted from its cash reserve. Can SARU please give us information regarding that? And question 3, is it also said that it was also said that Roo has been engaged in a pitch legal battle with the university over payments made during his tenure as a director in the institution finance department between 2002 and 2010. My last question, is it true that Roo has been accused of manipulating the university electronic accounting system to illegally channel millions into the coffers of the rugby club? I thank you, Chairperson. So, Leka, I'm done. Are the chairperson there?
Good morning, Chairperson. May I continue? Dennis Joseph.
I have to report that the system is always kicking me in and out. This is very strange. Maybe I'm having a network problem. I don't know.
Good morning, Chairperson. Dennis Joseph. May I continue? Honorable Adams has finished the questions.
Because I was kicked out by network. Go on, Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would thank you for the presentation. Good morning to the Ministry and to SARU board and to our members. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to start off by asking a question on, or to comment on the legal processes underway, and the board asked us to allow them freedom to complete the process, and that they cannot put information in the public domain. I want to note that it is a long, the timelines when it started up to now, it's quite a number of years that SARU is now busy with this, and it appears Mr. Roo is taking on SARU also, not just only fighting against the university. My question, Chairperson, is in terms of the good governance structure and the principles of the King report, as SARU have presented to us, and the terms of reference, is Mr. Roo still a good citizen? Because the phrase was raised by SARU itself this morning. They want good citizens. Is Mr. Roo still a good citizen in light of the court ruling against him? Is he a risk? SARU mentioned the word risk. Is he a risk to SARU or any other organization in South Africa? And then my second question, the comment on report on Mr. Zout Murray I would like to know, even the case on the CEO, if it was raised at the AGM, if it was discussed, because it is of national importance issue about what's happening in Western Province, border, the Eastern Cape, in fact, at Western Province and administration. I think we need a follow-up meeting here, Chairperson, on the roles and responsibilities of the administrator and the deal with Cape Town and the future of rugby in these provinces that is in question or not in good standing with SARU, if I can put it that way. What is of interest that Mr. Hoskins or the previous president have raised the question about whether the executive exco should consider suspending the CEO. But of course, there was a democratic decision and there was an outcome. But it pointed me to the fact that someone has raised the point about suspension of Mr. Yuri Roo. Chairperson, my question also relates to this HR independent expert, as my previous colleagues have raised it, to implement the legal opinion. Now, if they have to implement a legal opinion, which means the board have taken a decision, but the board doesn't want to tell us what the decision is, what this HR expert is busy implementing. And as SARU took a decision for confirmation on the legal opinion, what is the legal opinion? Does the legal opinion include suspension, or does the legal opinion are they busy with a settlement out of court to release Mr. Roo of his duties? And is there a cost factor and amount attached to that, if that is part of the legal opinion or part of the settlement? And when will Parliament know? When will this committee know what has been fully implemented? What is the completion of the project in itself relating to Mr. Roo? And then the last point, Chairperson, we appreciate the transparency on the legal cost. 943,000 rand already spent. The board is busy for 6 years or more now with Mr. Roo, which is taking a lot of money and time, and I think it's unnecessary. Legal costs from 2013 to 2021, and of course, total spend of 38 million legal costs. Why, if we can have the legal cost this morning, why can't we have the details of the legal opinion? I think, Chairperson, in closing, it is very disappointing that we this morning don't have a position from SARU. The fact that they've had meetings and they promised us. So my last question is, when will we get the final report then, if we can't have it today, on this implementation and what implementation is and what the decision SARU took to release Mr. Roo of his duties? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Veronica.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you also for your presentation. I must say, on the slide on the good governance structure, it seems as if SARU's corporate governance can be considered world-class with an unqualified year-on-year. So I do want to congratulate you on that. My first question will be in line with this. Was there any audit qualification in Roo's 11 years as CEO or remarks against him in any external or internal audit letter? And does Yuri, so on the same topic, have any access to SARU funds? The second question is, Honorable Dennis mentioned or asked if Yuri Roo is a good citizen. My question on that would be, are there any stakeholders who do not want to do business with SARU because Roo is the CEO? Can you maybe let us know how much money has SARU raised since the appeal arbitration ruling in December 21? Because I think it's important that it should be established if there is a business confidence in Roo as the CEO. What is your opinion on that? Honorable Madin Gosi referred to transformation, as usually. I want to know what has Yuri Roo done in terms of transformation? If you can give us clarity on that one. And then another question that I think a lot of the members maybe wonder when it comes to the legal costs, the money that is being allocated from to SARU from SASCO, was that used to obtain legal advice in the Roo case or not? If it's not being used, can you maybe give us a breakdown? What was that being used for, if not for that? I also want, on slide 1, where it's referred to Roo only was appointed to SARU in 2010. Then there was no allegations. There were no allegations at that time. It's for me personally, it's surprising that only after 3 years after Roo left the university, that legal action was taken. And maybe we should have invited the university to also reflect why they in the first place allowed for money to be moved around within their financial frameworks, and how many audits later that they only then found it problematic. It seems to me that the university's processes are also flawed. Chairperson, and then something that's really a concern for me. I read in the newspapers that words are used like stolen money. And nowhere in do I read that the University of Stellenbosch referred to stolen money, or that Roo enriched or advanced himself. And I also want to caution that there is still a court application to set aside the arbitration that is now awaiting trial. So there's no final outcome. Then there was also a remark of one of the colleagues that said that SARU has delayed to report on this matter. I want to know whether they have reported it to the minister, if he was kept in the loop, if the minister can maybe respond to that. Thank you.
Chairperson, did you recognize my hand?
Am I back? Do you hear me? I was kicked off.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yes, okay. We can hear you. No, you can get in before you. When we call, I called you. You were not now. You were not in. Like myself, I'm in and out. Before Honorable Zoned and Honorable Malomana, you can take. I can take it. You now, Comrade Mamabulo.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, Chair. Agree, you know, Ronaldo and now we stay in rural areas, so it is very bad for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I want the villagers, man. No, thank you.
Can we see his picture, please? Can you see Honorable Member's picture? Thank you.
Because you just love me, né? You know, you love me, Honorable. I'm more handsome than you, Tseb.
Handsome, you see. There he is now. Take it off now. Take it off your video and then contribute.
It's off, Chairperson. Chairperson, I welcome the presentation and congratulations to the President, fresh from the box, new from the box. President, I need only 2 clarities or 3. They are not difficult. The first one is with regard to your governance structure. I can see somewhere you have indicated provinces, and then but only Limpopo, my home province, you are saying no vote. Are they not voting? Is it because they don't have a team or what? The second one will be around your international duties. I can see they only end somewhere in November. Do you have some other international duties next year in preparation for the World Cup? Because we don't want to take a team to the World Cup which was not well prepared. Remember, we won the World Cup in 2000 and what was it? 7 or 8, and the next edition, when we were supposed to defend the cup, we took an older team there. People were very, very old. They couldn't defend the cup. And then the last one will be around women. I can see on women you are doing well. I'm trying to check as to whether are you also on grassroots development, especially in township and real areas. Now, personally, I want to see rugby being played there in Polokwane, in Seshego, Moleji, you are Giyani, you are Malamulele, and so on. Are you on a program to develop these areas so that we get these young boys to play rugby at a very young age, and we take them out of the streets because we're having problems with your nyaobe, your drugs, and so on. Thank you very much, President, and your team. Congratulations. Chairperson, you can come back.
You must not. Don't come back. Now, Honorable Zondi and Honorable Man.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I joined the queue in welcoming the presentation from the President and his team. Chair, I don't have many questions because I'm covered by my colleagues on other matters. I have few, Chair. We congratulate Chair firstly with the new leadership because the role of the minister is to appoint the board of the entity to deal with matters or to run the entity. The only concern, Chair, that I have is the legal cost of 7 million in one financial year of one case, having 38 in total. That is a concern. I think the new leadership will try to avoid further legal costs being escalated in the next financial year. But also, Chair, I wish to congratulate the entity on the findings of the Auditor General that concludes that no fraudulent journal entries were found. I think they will be doing very well in the next financial year also, and we expect no fraudulent journals in the next financial years. Chair, I have one question on the issue of the opinions and meetings. I'm not interested in a specific meeting, Chair, because I'm not micromanaging the entity. They can hold so many meetings as much as the minister can hold a meeting in Cape Town and meeting in Durban. But at the end of the day, we want the minister to account on a series of meetings on a specific matter that they were those meetings were all about. But the question I have to the entity or the president and the team is, when can we expect the decision of a board based on different opinions and facts on the case of the CEO? When can we expect a decision of a board? Because the board is the board that is running the affairs of the entity. That is where my attention is being drawn, Chair. Other than that, Chair, I think I'm covered by my colleagues. I don't have further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Zon.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to our Honorable Minister. Can I switch off my video, Chair? Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to our Honorable Minister, our Honorable members, our staff, department officials, and let me also congratulate the newly appointed board members. Thank you, Minister, for your doing your job. Well done, Minister, in appointing this new board. Let me also welcome the presentation. Chair, my question, it will be based...
Point of exigency, Chair. Sorry, Member Mabul, to disturb you, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable.
I apologize to disturb, but I think this is a second member. The Minister did not appoint the board. Please, let's not take that. I think I want to clear that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mshongo, let me correct you. You don't do that. You wait until we have discussion. Everyone has got a right to put her or his point, and then not whilst the member is still on the platform. Let's respect the views of honorable members, and then come the second bite, and then you correct. I don't think it's professional to just cut somebody whilst he or she is on the platform.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, Honorable.
Oh, okay. My apology for the newly elected board members. My apology, because I wanted to say thank you to the Minister, because we've got board members, a new board member, because I know that the Minister is also responsible in this kind of situations. My question, it will be based on the issue of the image of SARU. Because in the presentation, it says when they appointed the Uru, he was not having allegations on the first appointment, but they've continued even after extending his appointment. So I just want to find out, is there anything regarding the image of SARU? Does this in fact have any damage to the reputation of the SARU, because he is now been given a second chance to continue leading while he's having this case? What is the damage? Is there anything that is contributing to the reputational damage of SARU on this issue of the university case? The other matter that I want to speak on is the issue that they've already spoke on the issue of the 4th May, that where the ESCO decided to appoint an independent human resource specialist to assist with the implementation of the opinion. Is there any time frame set for the HR specialist? If it is so, can we be given the dates to say when are they finalizing the implementation of the outcome? The other question is that how will SARU strengthen its vetting process, and how will it develop system to timelessly respond to challenges of this nature? The other matter is that on the presentation, we can see that Limpopo, they are there with a non-voting status. I just want to find out how is SARU assisting Limpopo to have a registered union. The other matter is how will SARU ensure increased corporate sponsorship for women rugby? What is the progress in this regard, and what is the level of inequality of support between women and men? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Now can I give it back to the president, and everyone must lower his or her hand, and will entertain, but you must look at the time, the follow-up questions. We don't have enough time. I'm suspecting the next item also is very interesting for the members, that we must have enough time. Everyone must lower his or her hand. There's this ruler, somebody called Mr. Mamabulo, must lower his hand. Now I'm taking back to the president of SARU and the team. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, Chairperson, I don't think you're hiding anything. You've delivered a complete document on the activities of Mr. Roo since his employment.
I'm having somebody who's speaking whilst you are speaking.
No, not by me. There's nobody with me.
It's not you. I'm checking with the host who was disturbing us. Thank you, President. Carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start again. Firstly,
Yes.
we're hiding. We got nothing to hide, but we've just been cautious. We handed a full document with all the legal opinions and on all the activities with supporting documentations to the Minister's office. So, firstly, we're not hiding. What we are doing is protecting ourselves from against the legal principles and legal privilege. Because later, things we might say in these documents could be held against us in the court of law if this right now is not complete. That's the only thing there, Chairperson. And the document is with the Minister, the full document. We gave all the stuff, all the opinion stuff. But we haven't completed the loop. We haven't got to a stage where we're implementing the opinion. Things could change in that process. That's why we got this legal expert to help us in guiding us through this process when we have to deal with the CEO regarding the opinions we received. And that is why we cannot put it in the public domain. In the gallery, there are media sitting. If this thing plays out in the media, we could be sued as an organization. It's sharp to decay, and we're not throwing this word around loosely. We're just protecting ourselves. So I wouldn't have given this document to the Minister if we're hiding something. It's a complete document with all the details in, Chairperson. The specialist we hired is Advocate Lewis Rosen. He's an HR expert, and he's also an advocate in labor law to guide us through things. If we do the wrong steps here, we could also end up in problems. So we need to be guided through this process. And this person, we appointed, and we'll be meeting him for the first time tomorrow. So, Chairperson, I think there was another question around the update on Mr. Jantjies. We don't have an update. We don't have information because Mr. Jantjies is currently employed by a Japanese club, and all the communications going via this Japanese club. If he was in the Springbok camp, I could have answered things here. So we're not getting first-hand information. We're relying on the information everybody's seeing in the press currently. The legal fees, all we did was the legal cost we did. We always checked against our fiduciary responsibility and whether we flouted any corporate governance regulations throughout the process. And the last lot of expense of this year was to tell us how to interpret what has happened in court and what SARU have to do next. The impact of how the CEO performed transformation in the CEO's while it has taken office. Before the CEO joined, the organization was 70% on the wrong side of transformation and 30% on the right side of transformation. That is now reversed. And it's in our documents with the department and the EPG, those reports that were published. I'm just going through the list again. Again, we're talking about, I think there's a question about recruitment of black players. And I think our franchise speaks for itself. The bulk of the franchises represents the demographics and exceeds it in most cases currently. Mr. Adams asked a question. The delay in the report, we've kept the minister updated as things unfolded since last year. And I think we're not delaying the report. It is there. We just don't want to put it in the public domain, as I said earlier, around the legal privilege. the issue about Mr. Roo and the systems at Stellenbosch, I'm not equipped to answer those questions. I think that's something Stellenbosch can answer. I really can't talk about the Stellenbosch thing. I think that was Mr. Adams' Mr. Joseph. The timelines, if you look at the timeline document, there was not an outcome, and you can see the in that document, it reflects statements made by the legal opinions that we went wrong. There was at no time during that process, the 8 years, will be allowed to take any action because there wasn't enough evidence against Mr. Roo that we could deal with the matter accordingly. But what happened in April changed things, and that's why we've acted now swiftly. If you look at the activities in March and April on that activity board up to May, you see there's activities every week that's taking place, and exchanging of legal information between our lawyers, Mr. Roo's lawyers, and to get to a point where we are now. Good corporate governance, we could see that our structures lends itself to good corporate governance. All our statutory committees are run by independent people. The committee is independent and the chairman is independent. The issue about the properties and about the administration of Western Province. Western Province couldn't pay salaries. They couldn't raise any money to pay the staff. Hence the reason why we took over Western Province. If we left it in Western Province and the staff wouldn't be paid, we would be faced with another liquidation. And they wouldn't be able to participate. So, and that raises another concern for us, because if we cannot participate in these international competitions where Western Province work, we've been sued by international broadcasts and by the competition itself, because we underwrite those competitions. Hence the reason why we have to step in there. And our stepping clause is only when the organization is on the knees. We don't go in there when they're not on the knees. We allow the organization to operate as independent as possible. Just switch to the next one, the next page. I think Mrs. Veronica said qualified audits. We have no qualified audits for the last 12 years. The CFO is the person in the organization who has access to funds, not the CEO. And again, also those funds are controlled by a committee, which is the finance committee, and there are authorization levels and checks and balances around that. Delegation of Authority. No stakeholders can withdraw money from SARU. No stakeholder will lose money. Any leakages of funds? I think there was a question. There was no leakage. No, not at all. Not at all. We're adding sponsorships in turn, but we have been keeping our sponsors updated in the process we're following. Similar to what we do with the minister, we do with our sponsors, with World Rugby, and all our stakeholders. I think somebody said legal, SASCOC money. We get no money from SASCOC. We do get money from government, which is normally for women's rugby and for wheelchair rugby. So I think that covers off Mr. Veronica. Then there's the question: I have reported the matter to the minister. Yes, I have been speaking to the minister and the previous minister that we spoke to at the time. Previous ministers. Limpopo is a development union because they cannot stand on their own financially, and they actually manage and controlled by the bulls, and they got a 4-year period to be able to stand on their own feet and without the bulls support and putting a team into the other competition. So currently they're a development union. They're classified as a development union. World Cup preparations for 2023. We got lots of preparation games, and at our previous meeting, our high performance manager presented those things. So we have enough preparation games building up to the World Cup, and we got a youth. Thanks about the team, we got a lot of youth on our side, and a lot of new youngsters coming through. As far as grassroots development, we got an outreach program, Get Into Rugby, which we use in primary schools, and not the traditional rugby schools that you see, not the Model C and the private schools, but the barrier to entry into government schools is still a problem because they don't put this, there's no school sport or phys ed on their program, the normal public schools. We also have the VUCA program that is for high schools, and we do that with money that we fund ourselves. We don't have a sponsor for both those programs. I know government helps us with the Get Into Rugby program. Ministry helps us on that. I think that Mr. Zondi said we spent 7 million in 1 year. I think we never spent 7 million in 1 year on Mr. Roos' case. We have contracts and things we draft on an ongoing basis with sponsors and broadcasters and employment contracts. And there are legal things about play injuries and stuff that we have to go to court. So the legal cost is dealing with all those other issues that the CFO presented, but only 800. 934.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Chairperson.
Yes.
It seems like the president has someone who's speaking to him. Can you open the video and tell us? I think there's something that I don't understand. I
got a scribe writing on the board, Chairperson.
Oh, because it's like, how can somebody will tell you something, say this? Come on. I remember the president, once we thought the president of South Africa was doing that. It's either Zoom, it's not working well. Nonetheless, I
can put my screen on. I can put my screen on. I don't behave that way, Chairperson.
Honorable Mhlongo, I did hear that there's somebody who's speaking behind also. Honorable Mhlongo, correctly so, I've heard that. I was about to tell the president that if anyone wants to contribute, he must give to that somebody to assist. But now the answer is saying is the scribe. I'm suspecting the scribe is somebody who's allowed to be in this meeting, that he or she can add on in what you didn't say, because really I was about to do that. Contribute if there are gaps. Whoever wanted to add on, he or she must add on, not whilst we are talking and then this somebody talking is disturbing us all. It's not only Honorable Mhlongo. I thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. President.
Thank you, Chairperson. Did Mr. Ru damage our reputation to SARU? I think that it's very difficult to judge that, but it has, because we were in the newspaper for quite a while. But we also have to act as a responsible citizen and follow the processes we are. And there was another one, Limpopo, against the Limpopo women's rugby support of the commercial companies. It's still difficult. We're knocking on a lot of doors. We got a special member on the board who's driving this program, Mimi, Peggy Sukamalo, who drives this process for us. It's a problem. Corporates are still just sponsoring men's sports, but we're starting to break down doors. Internationally, companies are starting to migrate to sponsoring women's sport, and I certainly hope it happens in our country. But the sponsorship market generally in South Africa has dried up. Chairperson, I don't have anything else on my flip chart here, so I hope I've answered everything.
You have a team. Is anyone those who were presenting want to answer related questions to their presentation. Any other input?
From our team, Chairperson, I think there's nobody. That I think I certainly hope you answered all the questions. If there's any I missed, I'll answer.
Honorable members, we do have the answers. I'm seeing a hand from Honorable Mhlongo. If there's anyone who wants to, or maybe before that, let me not, I'll take your hand, Honorable Mhlongo. Let me give it to the department if they want to say something before the follow-ups. I'll note this hand, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Maloman. So in that order, but not now. Can I go back to our department? I've seen all those hands which are up for follow-ups, but department, do you want to have a bite on answering or on adding any information? Minister, thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. I think.
Very presentable.
Morning, Chair, and morning.
You can switch off now your phone. We are just really Nyambos, whom we know. Okay.
No, but thank you very much, Chair. And I'm sorry, where I am, there's a bit of noise, Chair. So if you don't hear me well, you'll indicate. Well, Chair, I think the board has reported really what they've been informing us about, and we have always been responding to the board that one, action must be taken on this particular matter, and urgency, taking into cognizance what they would have raised as the legal opinion from their lawyer. So I think we are on par in how the portfolio committee views the matter. And I would say to one of the questions which has been raised, I would say that it is this matter is damaging the image of rugby, no doubt about that. And that's why we're emphasizing that we're not saying they should not do things legally, but we want to see accelerated pace on the matter, and we want to see action taken. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable the Minister. Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Veronica, Honorable Malomane, Honorable Mashingos, in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, directly to the President, what is so private about the legal opinion when the CO matter will be heard at the Western Cape Court? Where are the documents? Because they'll be public soon. If you don't tell us now, you gave it to the minister. You know, one of the things that I don't understand, you want us to apply for PIA Act. We can do that. We are allowed. The Constitution allows me as an individual to do that. I can apply for PIA, and those documents will be out. Now, directly to the minister, I concur with you, Minister. This issue damaged the sports, the wholeheartedly. I think I remember, that's why I've quoted Cricket South Africa. They came with the same tactics, Cricket South Africa, that, no, these documents are private, these are confidential documents. But we received our own legal opinion that there's nothing private about this issue. It's not, these are legal opinions. How many are they? Minister, since you have those legal opinions, how many are they? And are we going to finalize this under your watch, since you know about this issue? As I concur with you that this is damaging sports in general, and it's damaging Rugby Association. But nonetheless, Minister, I believe ukuthi nawe Nyambozi ngokuzithoba ngicela ubaphushe labantu sengibeka ngesintu ngicela ubaphushe ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the responses, and thank you for the second opportunity. Chairperson, I raised a question about the AGM, and I didn't hear a response there, whether the CEO's case was discussed at the AGM, where I think it should be discussed, and if the meeting has taken a decision on the way forward. I didn't hear that, and whether we. I think the committee can decide whether we should have a follow-up meeting with all the other unions' outstanding matters, although we've heard some information, but there is a concern and about rugby in itself, that unions are in dispute with SARU and they are not all in good standing, and which leads to disputes. I think that is a matter of concern in rugby. And then my question, second point, Chairperson, is about the follow-up meeting with SARU. How much time do they need for the committee to give them to come and report back, because we need to know about this implementation of this opinion. I am concerned that in the President's response, he's not saying the same thing as he reported initially. It indicates there is they're not even at the stage to implement the opinion, as I heard him correctly, and the first time I heard they have this HR specialist to implement the opinion. So I'm somehow a little bit now confused where we are with this opinion itself, whether a decision has been made on the opinion, and what directive the HR have received or mandated to implement. It is different steps in the process. And I'm really not clear, so I'm asking this, how much time do they need to come and report back to this committee? And then, of course, the last point, Chairperson, just before the AGM, KwaZulu-Natal Union raised a lot of concerns like other unions, but there was a settlement out of the AGM that SARU will deal with that matter, because they were asking for a review on how SARU managed. So it was a serious matter, and I also want to know if SARU, if the AGM regarded that as serious, and when the discussions will continue for review of how SARU manage its affairs. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Veronica.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to come back to my one question that was not properly answered. My question was, if there are any stakeholders who do not want to do business with SARU because of Roo being the CEO, and if you can maybe give us an idea how much money has SARU raised since the appeal arbitration ruling in December 21. I said that I think it's important to try and establish if there is still business confidence in Roo and SARU for that matter, with him as the CEO. What is your opinion on that? And then with referral to the transformation, you mentioned that 11 years back there was 70 white staff members, and now it's 70 black members. Can you maybe give us a ratio between the women and men in the organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Veronica. Honorable Malomani.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Minister have answered the question, but I also want SARU to respond itself on the issue of a case, to hear from them, because we can even hear the Minister that this case is damaging the image of SARU. The other matter that I also want to clarify, because my question was related to that, there will be the implementation, the HR specialist will be implementing the legal opinion. So I've heard in his response, the President, that there is no issue of implementation. But I just wanted to check whether are there any time frames that they have set to the HR specialist. If there are, so can they share? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malomane. Honorable Madlengozi.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, some of these questions that I asked, the gentleman that answered them was just, just talking over them as general, but they were very specific. I'm asking that while we are seeing these theatrics that are going on and fights and going back and forth and all that, my question was, how is SARU going to make sure that this is not happening, is not repeated for the respect of South Africans as a whole, so that this sporting code is respected? How are they going to do it? And what plans do they have? And my other question was, are the black faces that are under this independent membership, what power do they have towards transformation of the sporting code? And my answer from the gentleman was also like, look at the demographics. They say they speak for each other. That is not what I wanted to find out exactly. What have they done? And if there's anything that they have done, can they show us what they have done so that there is a progress of what is going on? And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, by this time, we will be getting last answers on the questions. But the reality is that as this committee, we do want time frames. The reality of the matter, I'm seeing as chairperson, sometimes even other people, they even forget that I'm a chairperson. I'm not the minister of the committee, but really being a chairperson, everything it's written to me. In some of the emails of last night and today, I'm mentioning some members, and when I'm listening on the question, those members are referred to these emails that are sent to me. They are being quoted that member so-and-so is saying this. We are public representatives, but sometimes I would love to express my views in a committee meeting. And in a way, once people wrote and say something to me about it, that so-and-so is saying this, I do not, honorable members, respond on that, because the platform of the honorable members is to do oversight in a committee meeting. So really, we are the Committee of Sport, Arts and Culture. And if SARU being SARU, looking after the rugby issues, this thing is taking too much. And the only thing that I can support to every member of this committee is that we want to see this thing to come to an end. And the end of it, I'm suspecting this independent somebody, the department through you, SARU, will ask the fast tracking of the issue. This is image of SARU. This is image of the leadership of the SARU, let alone of the department. We are doing an oversight to you, department. Please assist us to sit down with the leadership, the new leadership of SARU, that this issue is a national question. The transformation that you have been trying better than some other sport fraternities, it must not be taken away by this case. The case, we know the case, sometimes they do depend on the legal entities of individual and of that entity. But now at least you are saying that you are at the end of it. We need timeframes, and we will also ask the department, as they are having the fully presentation of the document, but let alone the document, we ask on behalf of the committee that the department must meet with you again as from after today, in order that we must try to close this, not disrespecting the legal advisors, but this is an issue that it needs to be coming to an end. With the rugby unions, I'm suspecting we can have another day. As I'm sitting here, I know that there are not only this province who was having problem of accounting. I was, honorable members, once attending in the AGM then, where one of the provinces couldn't account, and that province was not even allowed to be part of the AGM. So I'm suspecting it's one other thing, that one other time, Rugby, SARU, or a department, they can take us through, especially with those provinces that they can't account, let alone that you have been getting clean audit, but immediately that you have seen that one or two provinces are not doing well, maybe not today, we'll get a fully briefing of those provinces and how did you solve some of those provinces. Now I'm giving to the president and the what to call and all of them, in order that now we must come to the next item on the agenda. I don't want to see any other hand now, honorable members. We've exhausted everything that we have put it in here. Department and your office through chairperson will take care to do follow-ups of the events. I thank you. I'm suspecting it's I'm doing my closing remarks because I don't know how long is the president going to take an injury time in this item. I thank you.
Chairperson, do you want me to respond now, Chairperson?
Yeah, yes, Honorable President.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, firstly, we take a note of the Minister's comments, and we acknowledge that the comments, and we will follow through with what is recommended. Secondly, as far as the second from Shlogo, one of the things that he asked about us about the information, we've handed the information to the Minister. Procedure, we have to follow procedure on this matter, and we have to follow to the letter of the law. If this thing goes out and it's in the public domain, it could be seen as constructive dismissal. That gives the CEO a different avenue to follow, and it could cost us an arm and a leg. So we have to follow procedure and make sure that we're doing it correctly. This HR specialist will guide us through the procedural implementation of the opinion. Mr. Dennis asked about the discussion of the CEO's matter at the AGM. No, but we had a special meeting with the CEO, with the presidents to discuss the matter. We have dealt with the matter, and our presidents have been informed as and when the case unfolds. The issue of the disputes of the standing of the unions, disputes is ongoing of the CEO of the unions. It's not the CEO and the unions. The unions that have been suspended have run themselves into trouble, not paying SARS, and the guys couldn't pay their dues. then that's the only time SARU stepped in. So it's not about the dispute between the CEO and the unions. It's a dispute between SARU implementing its constitution. And that's the problems we have with our members. The only problem is that they cannot manage their business properly. And that's why the unions are under management. Not because SARU wants to take them out to do with personalities. It's got to do with the financial control of the union. Insofar as Mrs. Veronica's question was about our stakeholders, as I said to you earlier, currently we have been keeping our stakeholders informed. We have signed new sponsors since the December outcome. So we've dealt, I think, but the thing is we have been keeping our sponsors informed about the process we're running, and they're also waiting for the process to run its course so they can to give them the necessary comfort. So yes, we have been dealing with that, and we have been keeping our stakeholders busy. The ratio between men and women in the organization on the SARU structure is 60% women, 60% men, and 40% women. Okay, can we go on there? Time frames. We have given the contract was for a month. Currently, we've given him a month to conclude the work that he's doing. The HR specialist. What else was there? Chairperson, I think I've
Okay.
Whether the independent so-called people of color have powers, all the executive members have the similar power. Everyone has a vote, and everyone has the right to exercise a vote and ask any question anytime. We run the thing as a democratic structure, and so yes, everybody has the right to raise concern.
Okay, President. Again, Honorable the Minister, we do appreciate that you put aside other commitments that you are having on a Tuesday, and we are aware that even Honorable DM Tuesdays you do sit in some other committees. We do appreciate that today you are with us until that time that we have asked to be released. Honorable members, this is the way that being these members, we cannot just fold arms when things are happening, but I do appreciate that immediately that we felt that there's a lack of communication from the departments and to ourselves, but the department was waiting this moment that SARU must come to them and to us to report. This is very important. I'm taking upon myself to present this portfolio committee to monitor this month time frame. Honorable members, I will with the office in this meeting come month end of whatever day, which has I'm not even sure what is this month starting off. I will ask the office communicate with the office of the president. When is their month started, and with the office of the minister, and after that, honorable members, I'm giving a surety. Whoever who's listening will call you again, SARU, to come and update us as you are hearing us that this thing, we want that it must come to an end. The image of sport in South Africa, the image of rugby, and it needs your leadership, that you must be firm and push whoever who's supposed to do what you expect that they must do. By those words, I'm taking this opportunity to saying that we'll wait and see, and very soon we'll call you in the committee. We can release you if you don't want to say anything, President of SARU.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say thank you. Just one response to the story about the KwaZulu-Natal at the AGM. That was a proposed to look at the structures going forward between amateur and professional rugby, the KZN query at the meeting, and that was the thing they asked. But I want to thank you, Chairperson, for allowing us to complete the process, and we will report back to you, and I can assure members that there's nothing we're trying to hide. We're just trying to do the thing the right way. I thank you, Chairperson, and we will get off the platform.
You are released. Honorable members, thank you again with doing your work like this. Now, according to agenda, we're coming to agenda item number 2. The department that must brief us in the National Monument Flag Project. Now I'm giving the chance to the minister of this department, and let alone that UDG will be telling us who is in here. But you are welcome, Honorable Deputy Minister Nokawe Mafu Nonzaba. We are seeing that now you are with us. Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the members of the committee. The issue here, we are tabling today the issue of the National Monumental Flag and the process that follows. The specifics and technicalities thereof would be presented by the department as led by DG here with us. But just as a matter of introducing the subject, that one, I want to remind members of the Portfolio Committee that one of the mandates of this department is to transform the heritage landscape, amongst others, build museums, build monuments, and changing of names of apartheid and colonial names of places, of cities, and any other thing which dominate the public space. You would recall, Chair, that currently the public space in South Africa is still skewed against the majority. It still has those symbols which represent apartheid and colonialism. It is against that backdrop, therefore, that in response to this very mandate, we have been doing just that. We've been building monuments, we've been building museums, we've been changing names, and as I said, it's one of the very big part of our work. We have a whole section, heritage promotion and preservation section, which is a fully fledged section led by the Deputy Director General and the rest of people within that particular section. And we also developed the a program which we name, and it's one of them, hashtag I am the flag. This program fostered partnerships with a variety of stakeholders. One of them is the Department of Basic Education. In order to popularize the flag, because this is one of our tasks we need to do, not only the flag, but the symbols generally. And with our partnerships, we ensure that we distribute the passport of patriotism. If members don't have it, they can Google it, or they can ask copies from the department. It's readily available because it talks to this question of identity. Identity is very important for us to describe and define who we are through this through the occupation of the public spaces, as it were. Now, this partnership with the Department of Basic Education has seen us on the question of the flag, has seen us installing flags in all the 25,000 plus schools. And from time to time, we replenish them when they are getting old and so on and so forth. So that's part of the program. The other part of partnership is with the taxi industry. You will see, Chair, that whenever you go around, you will hardly find a taxi in South Africa without a flag, because it's quite important that we raise this issue of the flag. So the monumental flag, therefore, is one such monument amongst monuments we're building to our democracy. So we're memorializing our democracy, and we're building this monumental flag, which will be there forever as a constant teacher and informer of society about this very important symbol of our democracy. It is also a marker, Chair. It's quite clearly a marker of a break with colonial and apartheid past. It carries and epitomizes democratic values of non-racism, non-sexism, non-tribalism, and other values of our society, and shun bigotry. So this symbol embraces our foundational principles of our democracy as enshrined in the Constitution. And Chair, we believe that this monument should stand as a constant reminder to what our forebears stood, fought, and died for, which is freedom, equality, democracy, and unity. Now, Chair, we, on this very matter, not only the issue of the installation of the flags in schools, but through our program, Artists in Schools, where we deploy artists to go and educate people about the creative sector, about what is contained within our within the passport of patriotism. You would have seen, Chair, if you were around on the Freedom or during the Freedom Day, that we had one school which was actually enlightening society about who we are, where we come from, our democracy, and so on. And it is a joint program, a coordinated program, Chair, with the Department of Basic Education that Cabinet resolved to bolster this program of civic education to ensure that history, proper history, is taught in school. And that process is on. The Department of Basic Education leads us on that. So I thought, Chair, I needed to give that background so that we are all at one in terms of our mandate, and we can't share that responsibility of we would have to ensure that we continue to rewrite the story of colonialism and apartheid in this country. The DG then, Chair, is going to take you through the details of the technical details thereof, and then we'll then hear from you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. Now let me give the opportunity to our DG and Mastel, who is here, and then within no time, they must take us through. I thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Sport, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee. And I am hosting
DG and Honorable members, the Minister, you know, somebody did come with ties in that when you want to be presentable, you must put tie. Hayi ngiyabancoma nivele nibe ngathi nibatsha engathi ningabaka 16 years. You are so presentable when you put your suit and tie, but also when you put your traditional attire. I cannot not say that you are presentable. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the accolade, and we appreciate it. Honorable Chairperson, may I greet the Honorable Minister as well as the Deputy Minister, and then just indicate those who are present in this meeting from the department, and that will be the DDGs, Deputy Directors General, and that will be Mr. Ndima, Ms. Chikotamba, Ms. Dr. Kumalo, Ms. Sumaya Khan, and then the CFO, Mr. Mkwame, and then we've got the advisor to the minister, and that is Mr. Mtobe Jamzashe. We also have in our meeting the officers of the minister and the DM, and that will be Mr. Watani, Mr. Rufewa, Mr. Simon. All of them are from the ministry. We've got Nakubonga, Ms. Nakubonga, who is also from the office of the DG as an acting director, as well as Lodwick, who is also part of this meeting from the office of the DG. Honorable Chairperson, we've got Nansikelelo, who is responsible as a director responsible for special projects in the ministry. Those are the people that are here representing the department. Honorable Chairperson, Minister has laid the foundation and the background to this particular monumental flag. I can just remind honorable members that this presentation of the monumental flag has always been in the past 2-3 years, since 2020, 2021, 2022 now, been part and parcel of our APP, outlining and presenting to the portfolio committee what we plan to do, including the feasibility study and the report that was done subsequent to that, as well as now in our current APP in terms of how we plan to roll this particular project out. So it's not the first time that this is being presented, and it is then now being taken through the specifics of what exactly this project is all about. I will not for now spoil what has been already foregrounded, this presentation by Minister. I will just ask that the DG, Mr. Ndima, just take us through the presentation. Mr. Ndima.
Thank you, DG. Thank you to the Honorable Chairperson of the committee, all members of the committee, our Minister, our Deputy Minister, the advisors to the Minister and colleagues. Without any further waste of time, let me go through the presentation. just by indicating the purpose of this presentation, that it is to present the summary of the outcomes of the feasibility study towards the development of the Monumental Flag project. And maybe just take a minute to kind of describe what Monumental Flag concept is all about. These are flags and flag poles that are constructed at a massive scale. They display the country's prowess, pride, and patriotism, but also they commemorate aspects of history worth monumentalizing. Currently, the tallest flag pole in the world is found in Saudi Arabia, which is at the height of 171 meters. Now, some benefits of monumental flags. Why are they significant? They advance the profile of a country. They are expressive of national pride and patriotism. Crucial landmarks and heritage sites. Promote tourism and contribute to job creation. In fact, our study that we did, it just gave us some very conservative figures in terms of construction phase. It could provide 65 job opportunities, off-site construction, about 25 people, transport and heavy equipment could provide 18 people with job opportunity, engineers and other specialized functions, you're looking at 12 people, site management and operations, about 8 people, indirect jobs that would come in the form of retail, tour guiding, cleaning of site, security, you're looking at 15, and the total estimate was 143 job opportunities. Now, what is the strategic focus of this? Our minister has spoken quite eloquently about this. This monumental flag is an answer to government's persistent aspiration for a united and socially cohesive South African society, as espoused in the 2012 National Strategy for Social Cohesion and National Development Plan. It is also the extension of the national portfolio of post-apartheid monuments, and of course, of reconfiguring the heritage landscape. Now, key questions that we've asked is, how do we ensure that the flag, a symbol of our democracy, is a heritage monument? How do we raise our flag profile as well as that of our country? How do we demonstrate our pride as South Africans? This particular project will answer some of those questions. Now, we're looking at the installation of the monumental flag and flagpole with a maximum height of 120 meters, and the flag cloth being 10 meters times 15 meters. And as the minister has spoken, this indeed will be the monument to democracy. It's going to be a symbol of our freedom, a tourism attraction, and a potential contributor to economic stimulation and job creation. Now, the slide that I'm looking at now, it's the project background. This department commissioned the feasibility study towards the development of this monumental flag. And the brief was clear. The flag should be in Gauteng. Exploration should be done in 3 to 5 locations. The flagpole height should be between 80 meters to 120 meters. And then the dimensions should be at least 10 times 15 meters. And there are phases that were followed in doing this. Phase 1, needs analysis phase. The purpose of this phase was to demonstrate the project need, the department and its financial capacity. And of course, this phase confirmed that there is a need for this project, basing it on government and departmental mandate, National Strategy for Social Cohesion and National Development Plan, the medium-term strategic framework and its program of action. It also established that there is internal capacity and procurement processes in place that could be followed in doing this particular project. It also, the budgets are aligned to demonstrate affordability. And then we also looked at option analysis, comparisons of various options for flag location and technical specification. And we looked at various spaces within Gauteng. We looked at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum, Union Buildings, Groenkloof Nature Reserve, Fort Klapakop, Monument Hill, and Zoological Gardens. And also we looked at the technical specification, which investigated the following pole types, the material that needs to be used. These are materials that were considered. Tapered tubular steel, lattice steel, precast, post-tensioned, segmented concrete, precast and tubular steel hybrid, fiberglass, composite materials, that is carbon fiber. Now, in terms of the site of the location of this monumental flag, Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum, it's being recommended. The South African Civil Aviation Authority approved this, largely because this is a site on its own, but also it's a state-owned site. And there will be no amount of additional infrastructure and staff requirements. And then, of course, the favorable geotechnical aspects compared to other sites, and also its high visibility. Now, there were challenges with other sites, for instance, Union Building, which is our seat of government. Here, there's active, expansive or swelling soil. That's what the geotechnical studies revealed. Groenkloof, a sinkhole. Fort Klapakop, Monumental Hill also were not approved. Zoological Gardens, active, expansive or swelling soil. So as you can see, the order in which this was approved, number 1 was Freedom Park, number 2 was Fort Klapakop, number 3 was Union Building, number 4, Monument Hill, 5, Groenkloof, and 6, Zoological Gardens. Now, in terms of the material that was being recommended, the tapered tubular steel flagpole is preferred, and there are reasons for this. 1, local competence and expertise is available. It can be done here. Local manufacturing is possible. The structure can be value engineered. The tubular steel structure is aesthetically appealing. It's cost effective, short constructing time due to offsite fabrication. And then the project due diligence, it looked at legal site establishment and socioeconomic factors, including elevation investigated for Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum as the most suitable option. The ownership of the land there, ownership is by the state. And then, of course, the South African Civil Aviation Authority, as I did indicate, as well as the South African National Defence Force, they granted the 5-year conditional structure approval for the height of 120 meters. Further due diligence required include environmental, heritage, archaeological, and terrestrial biodiversity. But with Freedom Park already, it's a site that has actually been used before. So there will be little intervention that would be required for full-scale studies. Then the financial assessment. This will be funded from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and the capital cost for this construction of the monumental flag is estimated at 22.5 million over the MTEF. So the budget of 5 million for 2022-2023 financial year, and the budget of 17 million for 2023-2024 financial year. And there are cost drivers for this particular project, which is the geotechnical investigation, foundation concrete and reinforcing steel, flagpole steel and fabrication, logistics, crane hire, site establishment, operational infrastructure, consulting fees. Of course, the sensitivity analysis, here the cost band was created indicating the worst and best case scenario cost through estimates and amendment of variables to identify and understand what impact the variables have and identify which factors need to be looked at carefully during project execution. Demonstrating affordability, DAC's financial capacity was compared to the project cost model, including operations and maintenance, which shows project affordability in that the medium-term expenditure far exceed the expected implementation cost. Phase 7, which was verifying information sign-off, resource verification report indicates the following. Sources utilized to carry out reporting regarding prior phases and sign-off from all professionals involved in conducting the feasibility study was done to confirm that they are assured of the information in the report. Procurement and implementation plan recommended by the feasibility study. It is the design, bid, build contract, which was seen to be an ideal model recommended for this project. Best case scenario projections are that the construction of such a project will take 24 months after all the prerequisite approvals, which also require 24 months, have been granted, preceded by procurement of DBB service provider. So first and foremost, there must be that procurement of a design, bid, build contract. And then the maintenance and operations of the flag to be done under separate contract. Other commercial services to be let out separately, and competent parties to maintain and operate the flag once construction is complete. From the feasibility study report, the following can be drawn. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and Minister, Deputy Minister. Alignment between the departmental mandate and the project exists. DZAC has the departmental capacity to undertake the project, has also the necessary financial capacity to undertake the project. And maybe Minister and the Honorable Chairperson, before I conclude, it's very important that I also indicate that the valorization of national symbols is not something that has just happened when we started the feasibility study. As early as 2001, when we were still the Department of Arts, Culture, Science, and Technology, we commissioned a study on the recognition levels of the national symbols. This study reveals that the population could not recognize each symbol. Secondly, it was also discovered that people did not understand the symbolism and meaning of the symbols. To this effect, the department was mandated then to popularize national symbol to all South African citizens. Some of the prominent projects that were initiated since then, and some of them the minister has also spoken to, but I just want to repeat as part of emphasis. Flag in every school, which entailed the installation of flags and flag poles in schools. This project started in 2007. Publication of informative publications. The department researched and published a number of publications, each targeted to a specific market. These include My Country, South Africa, Celebrating Our National Symbols and Heritage. This publication was targeted to schools as a teaching and a learning tool. It also contains sample lesson plans. The National Identity Passport of Patriotism that the minister has eloquently spoken about is a pocket book which illustrates and provides brief details on national symbols. It's an easy read and can be used for reference purposes. The same publication was also printed in Braille for the visually impaired. Posters. These were developed for schools, which include those of the national anthem, AU anthem, national symbols, and the preamble to the Constitution. Then the national anthem CDs. Versions of the national anthems were compiled on CDs and distributed to schools and the general public. National symbols exhibitions, portable informative exhibitions were developed and staged in public spaces such as public halls, museums, and some in libraries. National symbol workshops. The department is still hosting national symbol workshops to advance knowledge on national symbols. #ImTheFlag, which the minister has also spoken about. This is an endeavor to remind South Africans that the flag represents their identity and that they themselves are part of the flag. This project promotes all national symbols using activations at public places such as taxi ranks, public halls, and also in schools. As you can see, Honorable Chairperson, there had been a number of activities employed to popularize the national symbols. So the South African monumental flag should thus be seen in this context. The culmination is the pinnacle of all these efforts. So the idea here is to render the key symbol, the flag, the monument of our democracy. All these attempts have evolved and gestated into this beautiful idea of implementing the monumental flag. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, honorable members of the committee, Deputy Minister, DG. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Ndima. Honorable members, I'm putting the presentation to you to interact with it. Now I'll be giving honorable members to start to interact. Any other leadership from the department, they will assist in answering the question, giving the clarities. Now is the let me give the Honorable Mhlongo, the platform, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Dennis, Honorable Veronica, Honorable Malomane, Honorable Adams, Honorable Zondi. In that order, honorable members, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Before I welcome the presentation, and before the minister leaves note 12, since we've noted his apology, I'm missing something here. I just saw basically the minister's speech. I think the minister ignored in his budget sports. I've just went through several times. I didn't see anything to do with sports, but nonetheless, just an overview after I've missed his actual speech due to network. Chair, I support social cohesion and national building, but I question the value for money on this. And I've questioned it before, I also questioned it. Roughly plus minus 5 million now to date have been spent for geo assessment, environmental impact. Who got the tender? When was the tender out? Can you have a geo study studies to be shared with us? What is the name of the company that did that? When was the tender issued? And the environmental impact study, when was it issued? And who've done that? And the tender on its own. Roughly in the entire budget, 17 million is going to be allocated for installation of this monument flags. How many, in my view, Minister, I hear you, but in my view, supporting national build and social cohesion. I think, Minister, you are aware that we have small artist organization, individual, and different small projects that are silenced, that they can have a slice with a 17 million or 22 million, so to say. We have theaters in Joburg, NGOs, whereby they can start in 3 years' time to produce play rights, plus roughly minus, it will create employment of 10 individuals for roughly 3 years when you divide this accordingly, because unemployment is so high. And still on this, I believe we have to prioritize other issues and other projects. I don't think there's a lack of any individual. That's why I want to see the studies, if they're not aware how many colors our flag has. And one of the things that I wanted to find out, especially noting the duties or the vision of
the minister. Obviously, theaters, like for an example, I know these are private. Your Hector Peterson, your Mandela House in Soweto, they're not according. Why that money must be not facilitated or channeled to those priorities? Because this is a once-off project. And why this once-off project that is going to be there? And then what's next? And then I think we can create more things that are tangible. For an example, scholarship project. That this fund can go to scholarship. We don't have artists that went to school that can benefit in this to study regarding art, study regarding heritage, study related to sport and other immunities, the sector. And I believe, Guti, I think the department must consider this insensitive input that we must just use 22 million for us, because this 22 million can do wondrous work if we can channel it well. And I still say, I believe that the minister is not in touch with the needs and the reality of what is needed to build South Africa. And we reject too much money it's going to be used, and that money must be utilized somewhere else. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable members, those comrade members who are going to follow, if you can do what the Honorable Mhlongo has done to show your face. We are aware that staff is saying that when we are contributing, we must show our faces. But if you don't stay for a longer because of network, you are not compelled to do that. We have seen that this morning when we started, we've been rejected, this problem of network. So the next honorable member is Honorable Mahlingozi. They've said that we must try to show our faces. But if you feel that it's making problem for you, you don't stay for a long time in your veto. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would love to welcome the presentation of patriotic flag.
I'm expecting Zoleka, you do hear the problem of the veto. Yes, Honorable Mahlingozi, you can switch off your video because as you are speaking, we can't hear you. It's
okay.
Network problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I am very much with the patriotism that the department is instilling in us, because we only see these things on the movies where houses and people are very much proud of their country. I think we are getting there as a country. Nevertheless, we cannot be also looking away from the problems that we are facing as a country and as a people, and especially artists and creatives today, as Honorable Mhlongo has attested that for sure there could be some of the money that could be redirected to help the artists that are still going through some hard times even today. And I think that yes, with all the patriotic stance for and with the flag, we can at least push that later, and we deal with the pressing issues that are being faced by the artists and the creative today. Having said that, Chairperson, I would love also to ask the department that look, now we're talking about the flag, and I still believe that there is one person that is still crying about claiming to be one of the creators of the flag, Mr. Hastings Nkai. I would love to ask the department if they have answered to the prior request by the claimant's legal team, which was done on the 1st of June of 2021, and what was the response, the response of the department regarding that. And the last question, Chairperson, is like, I want to find out from the department's, I want to know the department's opinion with the AfriForum's commitments to the apartheid flag. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlingos. We had you, but really we are struggling with net. The next honorable member is Honorable Veronique.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Veronique. Thank you, Honorable Member. We've seen you.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are as follows. Besides the Freedom Park and Voortrekker Monument, what are the other factors that will attract visitors to the area on the choice of where you want this flagpole? And will other initiatives be implemented to ensure that the project provides sustainable job creation and not only short-term employment during this implementation? The service provider to conduct the feasibility studies was appointed in June 2020 and concluded in 2020-2021. Can you inform of, give us the information who were the consultants, were this put on tender? And also if this is included, the consultants in the 22 million, the project in general, was this project up for tender, and if where was it put up for tender, and have you already selected a company to do this project? If you can, please give us the name if you have. I do understand the potential of flags to unite, and flags, and I hear what the minister say, that this was done to contribute to nation building. But my next question is also, do you think that you achieved what you intended, or will you acknowledge that the announcement of the project now, with South Africa being at where we are, with the KZN floods and the disaster going on, the people without food, we read in the media that there's children dying of hunger, and that these people without, how many people without jobs, we are in need of schools, clinics, sport facilities. And when you go on social media or in the media, there's a lot of criticism against the minister as well as the department for prioritizing this at this stage of the and my question is, don't you think it was poor judgment with all this people suffering in South Africa, and that this will not rather be the reflection that in the future, this flag would rather remind people of the insensitivity of the ANC government to decide to do this project now when people are in dire strait and the country too?
Thank you, Honorable Van Dijk. Honorable Maloman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation as presented by the department and the input made by the minister. Let me also take this opportunity and greet the deputy minister, because I've already greeted the minister. Greetings, our honorable deputy minister. Chair, I really appreciate the work that is being done by the department regarding this issue, hashtag I'm the flag. As a South African citizen also, it speaks to me to say, I am the flag. Can I switch off my video, Chair?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. as a South African citizen also, it really impressed me about this issue of a flag. It's very, very important. As we know that this a flag that was first used in 27 April 1994. It speaks something especially to us as South African. This symbol, it will make sure that it shows that as South African, we're a united nation. So I really appreciate and I support this thing of building this monumental flag. But also in doing so, I really appreciate, because in the presentation, it speaks about that this monumental flag, it will promote the issue of tourism and it will contribute towards job creation. That means it will also assist us as South African towards this critical times. And if I can hear it clearly, is that it means that because now it seems as if as a portfolio committee, we're acting as if it is the first time we're hearing about this issue, but this, it was approved, if I can remember clearly, I don't know, but which month it was approved in the last financial year, which it was 2021-2022, for this flag to be done. And my view was that it will be ending on the year 2023-2024. And we're also busy speaking about this. We passed the budget of 2021-2023 with this approval of the flag, 2022-2023 with this issue of implementing the first stage of the flag. But my question, it will be to the department, how will be the how they will reverberate the monument impact in the symbolism of the flag across the nation, not only maybe in South Africa, across the nation. That's what will be. But I'm saying we'll support this, let it create job and let it sustain the job. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malomane. The next honorable member is Honorable Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will switch off my video. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, my greetings go to all protocol observed on the platform, especially to the DM who wasn't here before. Greetings, DM. Chairperson, my questions are as follows. How is the Monumental Flag Program integrated on tourism network, and what is the projected socio-economic impact? Chairperson, and then I just wanted to know from DSEC, do they have a breakdown on the Flag Monumental Program, who benefited from this program? My last question, Chairperson, what impact would the flag likely draw economically in quantified way? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we welcome the well-presented presentation. Honorable Chair, may I raise my hand to the Honorable Minister that I don't have a passport for patriotism. Maybe I will get it soon. Chair, the question that I had was to the DG and the team. Through your need analysis, did it assess the potential public reaction on the project, taking cost into consideration? But other than that, Chair, because it's a once-off project for nation building, for the replacement of colonial and apartheid symbols, for a united and social cohesion, for a democratic country symbols, without reservations, Chair. I fully support the project.
Thank you,
Give
Honorable.
me a very good, proud as a South African citizen.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi.
Chairperson,
Honorable.
my hand was also up. Sorry, I lost connection, but my hand was also up earlier. Thank you, Chair.
I was about to call you Honorable Dennis after Honorable Zondi. Now is your time, Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will switch my my video off. Chairperson, I think I want to start off by welcoming the presentation, and then I want to say upfront I do support the mandate of the department. And as the Minister has spelled it out, all the partnerships and how it speaks to our identity and the symbols that embraces the democratic principles of freedom, equality, and uniting South Africa. So the mandate and the principles is very important, and I support that. My question, Chairperson, is, I want to ask, why specifically 120 meter, 120 meter pole? Why not a 60 meter or 50 meter for that matter? And why a 10 meter by 15 meter? Why not 5 meters? So the specifications and the technicalities that the department referred to, why specific that height and that size? What would a 60 meter pole mean in terms of the same principles and the mandate and the cost? And then I would like to know, the question is the projected budget as was raised in the maintenance and the operations, because it's not a flag that's going to have a steel or aluminum or pole with a fixed flag, which is a kind of a material that is permanent. It appears that it is a cloth that needs to be maintained. And I just want to know, why could that part of the flag not be a permanent material that doesn't need that maintenance? Because the last on the last slides is indicated that maintenance is handled separately, come from a separate, will be budgeted separately. And then I do support my colleagues in questioning the tenders process and the transparency on that out of the feasibility study. And then I want to say something, Chairperson, in closing. I go to my constituency, I buy soccer balls, I buy netball balls, I buy sports equipment, but I also do buy bread and food, and like we all do. And when I buy bread and food, or when I go buy a soccer ball or netball ball, I can't just every time say, but I must first go buy a bread before I buy soccer ball. I need to balance it out. And I think this is what the department is doing. We need to have a balance of what sports, arts, and culture must do in the context of the monumental flag, in context of our heritage, and that is in the program and promote. So in principle, I do support. I'm just questioning, why should it be that big? Why can't it be half the size and spend the money on sports equipment and support sports? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. I don't see any other hand. I must also take this opportunity to thank or to greet firstly all the leadership from the department and the leadership of this portfolio committee. And we do thank to get this briefing Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. I may say, I'm a flag. In the presentation, we do see that some creation of jobs are going to happen. And can I ask that what impact on that would the flag likely draw economically in a quantified way? I'm suspecting any project that can even that can create jobs, as you are aware that it's one of the problems after the COVID-19 that so many people lost their jobs. So with other things, I'm happy that this project, you did feasibility study, and I'm suspecting that the cabinet of this country through the presidency, if you did present it to the government, which government is led by the president of the country, and then it's approved through Treasury and your good self, I don't see any problem that you cannot go away if the procurement was done accordingly. As you have said, you presented this feasibility study. Go on and implement unless the hindrance is through its Treasury, and we'll hear from you as you are saying that you have been given a go ahead. Some of us, we grew, Honorable Veronica, under the apartheid government, as you are saying, ANC government. The apartheid government, they made it sure that as young as we were then, we must respect the flag of that present government. If some of you who have been born on those days, in our schools, it was the subject of the flag that we must be taught. Some of us, we started to be brownies, to girl guides, to be scouts, and we were taught how even to hoist the flag, how to handle the flag, how to fold it, how
point of order, Chair.
Okay.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, yes, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm granting you that opportunity to raise that point of order. Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. Let me land, and as I'm saying that now the hash I am a flag, we do support what we are doing as a department. Thank you so much. I was trying to give Honorable Mhlongo that he must raise his point of order. I'm suspecting he has got a problem of network. By those questions, now I'm putting back to you, DG, and finally DM and Honorable Minister to provide answers on the questions raised by the honorable members. Thank you. Maybe Minister, because you asked to be released, you can, but according to protocol, we're supposed to round up but let me give it to you to tell your delegation how are you going to handle the questions to you, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you, Chair. I thought it's questions which they can respond to, and then I'll come thereafter. And I will excite the committee.
Okay. DG, DM, Minister will close gaps which maybe are not, you were not yet talk about it. DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and to the members' questions. Would like to respond as follows. I believe that the value for money question has been raised. We have indicated that over and above the issue of the installation of the flag, for sustainability purposes, this flag is intended to be part and parcel of what we regard as a tourism attraction that will assist in terms of ensuring at the end of the day that there is economic activity that will accrue. According to research, the high value of tourism, particularly cultural tourism, and its value is that tourists in this country's estimates creates about one job, just for about 8 jobs, one tourist, 8 jobs. So when you look at the value for money and creating an economic activity, moving away from the myth that this would be just a pole, because I think the full concept is beyond a pole. It is intended to create economic activity, and there is a clear outline on how this will be done. Of course, an honorable member mentioned the issue of the Freedom Park as well as the Voortrekker Monument. Now, if you look at that issue, Voortrekker Monument is an antithesis when it was established of a democratic dispensation we have and what it projects and represents. Freedom Park is the symbol, the embodiment of our people's sacrifices, including paying through the highest price, and that is their lives, to help this country attain its freedom. And the support received from international solidarity. Therefore, having this particular flag with its additional thing that it will be able to use to generate interest will be providing this country, over and above what Mr. Ndima have indicated in the presentation, the fact that there will be also sustainable jobs and that there will be an iconic symbol that represents our dignity. If you look at the definition of a flag, you will understand on what it represents. It's not a cloth. And there's a misunderstanding, and we understand where that emanates, because at this stage, the level of consciousness about what is the value of a flag is sometimes belittled and denigrated. Now, the South Africans on the other side, we fully understand and appreciate their concerns, because the realities they are facing are correct. The issue of unemployment, the issues of poverty, issues of housing, these are realities South Africans face. But we must understand how government is designed to respond to the needs of its citizens. And among others, is that there are departments with separate responsibilities. And this department, if it does not perform its functions and choose to use money to build pit latrines and uses the money to do anything else other than for purposes it is intended, the very same portfolio committee and the South Africans in general will be attacking this department for having abandoned its mandate. So we want to be clear on this issue that we are not being insensitive to what South Africans are raising and their needs. But for us, it's an opportunity again to provide education around what are we responsible for and why. National symbols during the process of the TRC chairperson, and that these will become other means of symbolic reparations that we need to implement, because not everybody will get material compensation for what they went through. We are on track in implementing the mandate. The issue raised about the timing by some of the honorable members ignores the fact that we started with this project long before the floods. Therefore, it cannot be that when the project is on its process of implementation, we abandon it when government has become very clear about the response to floods and what needs to be done there, and is, as a current government, responding to the issue of the floods. But that did not shut down the rest of government to implement programs related to departments. The issue of unemployment, we all are aware, Chairperson, that it is a pain that South Africans are facing. Hence, this project, if you look at it, it has also addressed a component that this will not just be a flag imported from abroad, installed. There will be a construction, there will be jobs created, but even during operations, there will be permanent jobs anticipated out of this project. So this is about our identity, and the contestation here, Chairperson, is then how do we as a department respond to the transformative nature of the national heritage landscape? I think racism, we are all aware, Chairperson, is still rearing its ugly head. Children at school just now are toy-toying today. There was rules must fall, targeting these symbolic statues that are attacking our democratic values. Hence, then, Chairperson, in the balancing act of how we can deal with the issue of entrenching South African identity, the issue of a monumental flag, having done other innovative ideas on creating consciousness, deepening it, the meaning of the flag, not the cloth and the pole, the values of what the flag stands for, is what we need to deepen. So to then say, department has not considered the issue of the plight of artists is disingenuous, Chairperson, in the fact that, as we all know, artists, we indicated even before, interventions we have as a department, including the relief and the PSP, were efforts to respond to that. We've given money, values to that effect of more than 600 million rands towards that project. So, Chairperson, we are balancing the issue of how we respond to the totality of the mandate. If you look at our APP that we presented, it outlines interventions that will support creatives and artists in various forms. And if you look in particular what program 3 states as our programs, you will realize that with the budget we have, we are spreading the cake to meet the needs that we have to for both creatives, athletes, as well as the totality of the mandate expected by South Africans of the department. We have, Chairperson, the geotech report, and we do have that feasibility study report that the committee is saying it needs and is available. Now, we will then be, I will just check if it was not sent already, that report to the committee, because we thought it will send both the presentation and the report to the committee. If not, we'll provide that report, Chairperson. Now, the question, and we welcome Honorable Madlingo's comment on the issue of the need for patriotism and building. But the alternatives offered are assuming, as Honorable Dennis have indicated, that we have to stop everything else to address one need of South Africans. Then we move ahead. And as I've said, that is not practically possible for a government where the structure of our work is allocated as per each department's mandate. To then stop and do nothing else until unemployment is addressed as a department will not be possible. That is why there are efforts even in the department to create jobs in all our programs that we have. Even the national days, for instance, create, even if it's temporary, job opportunities with a view that we are contributing towards fight against unemployment. But we have to implement other mandates. So, Chairperson, we did respond, and I think Mr. Ndima can talk to this issue of Mr. Mkai, but we responded on this and his matter, and we believe this matter has been closed at this stage. The issue of AfriForum is again an indication of the emotive nature of how people can get stuck to what they define also as a future for them of a separatist apartheid system. For that is what that flag represented. And ours, I don't think we have to even be questioned about where we stand. We have a flag that represents the democratic dispensation. And any other attempt to undermine that and evoke the painful past we've gone through any symbol that was entrenching inferiority of the majority of this country cannot be acceptable. That is why this flag is one of the social compacts that brought South Africans together. Now, the issue of the service provider, will give that detail before when my colleagues respond on this matter. Now, I think I will ask my colleague, because the issues of the budget and why the 120 meter, let me allow Mr. Ndima to respond, and any of my colleagues who would like to comment on those. Thank you very much. Mr. Ndima.
Thank you, DG. DG Ndima.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, but also thanks to my DG for really covering a wide range of questions that have been raised. Maybe let me start by clarifying something, because some of the questions, they tend to appear as if any company has been appointed to do this work. Let me just be upfront. Nobody has been appointed to do the actual construction and installation of the flag. But what I can share with the committee is this. In 2020, we commissioned the study. And yes, there is a company that was appointed to do that work. If I'm not mistaken, it was to the tune of 1.7 million, just to do the feasibility study that we have. And the name of that company is Delta Build Environment Consultants. So I just thought it prudent that I clarify that. Now, after having done that, Chairperson, because we understood the significance of this symbol, which is enshrined in our constitution, we started consultative processes where we had to go to the technical working group of the social cluster. We moved from there to the social cluster itself until cabinet. It's only on the 16th of February that the matter was presented at cabinet. And of course, the findings of the study were approved there. And then from there, what needs to then happen is to then do now a bid, allowing bids to happen. That would then begin to deal with now the actual process of construction, part of this, because when they did the surveys, the geotechnical surveys, it was more of a deep stick surveys. Now, where this is now going to be built, there's still going to be a need now to get into the details of the geotechnical evaluation, so that, and then also the environmental impact assessment, so that we know what is it that we are disturbing there in terms of fauna and flora, and also the soil type, the rock, what it can keep, what it can sustain, what it can hold, because as you can see, this is a very massive project. So I thought that let me just start there. Then moving to another area quickly, I might not just be following the sequence. The issue of the fabric that has been asked from us, whether it's going to be a cloth. Of course, the study also just made some recommendations, as you can see, in terms of the poll, what they were recommending. And also with regards to the fabric that needs to be used to represent the cloth of the flag, it's polyester, which they say it is ideal for windy weather conditions, as open weave allows most wind to pass through, also increasing durability, so that you don't have to replace it quite often or frequently. So I just thought that let me just also address that question. But also, coming to the height, the height here arose out of, first and foremost, the significance of this symbol, what it represents to the South African population. But also, if you have to have this symbol in the seat of government, that is Pretoria, where people aspired to actually be part of this city, it should be one symbol that when you come to Pretoria, or you're still even far from Pretoria, it greets you. When you leave Pretoria, it bids you goodbye. It should be the symbol that is above symbols. That's how this has been conceptualized. This is a symbol of symbols. So the height is also it comes from that. Now, there was an issue around Honorable Madlingozi did raise the issue of Hastings Mkai, and I think we did respond the previous committee meeting, where we did indicate that there was a response to Mr. Mkai on the 27th of April 2021, after having investigated all the submissions that he had made. None of those were anywhere close to the flag of the Republic of South Africa. And you will recall, Honorable Madlingozi, that you even thought about the invocation of the Public Access to Information Act. And if I recall very well, I responded to Honorable Madlingozi by saying, yes, we will be available as a department to assist that process. As long as due processes are followed to follow PAIA, we will be there to provide whatever information that is required. Now, there was also a question about what are other things, and the DG has actually raised some of these issues around tourism, and then of course iconic structures like this, because this is an iconic structure that you cannot take away from other iconic structures in the world, like your Eiffel Tower. We know the economy that gets generated out of structures like this, where photographers are there to take photos. You also know that there are people who produce souvenirs around these iconic structures, paraphernalia in the form of t-shirts and the like. So there is a lot of, in fact, this study has been very conservative in actually telling us the economic growth or the economic activity that's going to happen in this space. Anyway, we were not just looking at the economics of this, we're looking at the ideological part of this, what this symbol is all about for South Africans. And I can't repeat that. The minister has done it very well. Now, I'm just trying to look at other, and then the DG has spoken about the issue of the stance of the department towards what AfriForum is doing. I can't just then repeat that. And then there was an issue about who was appointed, and I've indicated who was appointed, and the tender was advertised, tender bulletin. It's a public space where all tenders are actually advertised. And of course, the issue that Honorable Manomane just talked about, first supporting the project, but also talking about the promotion of this flag, which of course, through all the programs that we have highlighted, it has been about the promotion of this flag. But even this one, given the technological advancements that this country and the whole world has gone through, we will be using various forms of media to actually promote this particular flag when it has been already done. And I think the economic issues I've tried, but quantification at this stage, just to be certain about the quantities, it would be too early to say so. The little that the study has provided us, I think we should be kind of satisfied with it until such time that this project takes off. I don't know whether there is anything that I'm leaving out, because I've also spoken to the height, I've spoken to the material that is being recommended in the study. I would like to stop there, Chair. In my notes, I think that I've tried to respond.
No way. Thanks, Mr. Ndima. I think we can then ask, I don't know, Chairperson, back to you, the Minister of DM. Thanks.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, DDG. Honorable DM and Honorable Minister. The Office of DG did respond in almost the time for do that.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh.
Yes, I will going to get DM to respond, and then I will come. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to honorable members and the officials of the department. I just want to start by appreciating the discussion that has taken place here. And even through the comments and the questions that have been raised, one thing that has come very clear is the fact that there is an appreciation of #IamTheFlag from the honorable members. And one thing that we also want to stress as the ministry is that nation building and social cohesion is not an event, but it is a process. And unfortunately, as we build, there will always be competing priorities. But as competing priorities present themselves, it doesn't make us to stop doing nation building and social cohesion. Whilst we appreciate the officials have responded very eloquently
to all the questions that have been raised, Chair. What we could then say is that if there is more information that is needed by honorable members that has not been submitted, we commit that that information will be submitted to the committee. And also to just appreciate the fact that even though this project seems to have generated a lot of conversation, which looks or might appear a bit negative out there. But the important thing is that conversations are very critical and important as part of nation building and social cohesion. So we appreciate the fact that this issue of this project has generated that conversation, because then South Africans can be able to talk about their issues, about their country, and the things that needs to be done. So I really think we should embrace this, and I'm quite happy with the fact that the members of the portfolio committee, whilst having reservations, but they quite understand the importance of patriotism and nation building. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Thank you for that contribution. Hashtag I am a flag. Honorable the Minister.
Well, thanks, Chair. And I also want to echo what the DM has said, that we've had quite a civil engagement today, and even with the points which were raised. But quickly, Honorable Mhlongo, no, there's division of labor in this ministry. So the DM during the budget vote was dealing with the issue of sport. That's why you won't see anything of that sort in my budget vote speech. There's been points about bursaries. There is scholarship on a variety of areas, be they language, be they issues of heritage and so on. We do have that, honorable members, and I want to, because most of the points have been responded to. I want to come back to the points raised by Honorable Zondi, that what you are saying about the distribution of passport of patriotism, especially for constituencies and so on, the DG and the team are noting that point. It's quite critical, the point you have raised. You also raised the point about whether or not the department didn't envisage as a risk the response or the possible outcry in some quarters. No, we did, Honorable Member. And I must say that we are not oblivious of the price tag and the fact that the mere mention thereof would be an issue. We really didn't take that for granted. We were faced with a situation where we could have ticked boxes as we are building this monument and have some wishy-washy structure, which in future would not be guaranteed that it would be there. But we opted to go for something which will last forever in our society. And we acknowledge that the actual budget would have raised voices and eyebrows from anybody. But as the Deputy Minister said, the road to social cohesion and broadly social progress is always under construction. It's not a once-off thing. And we have seen through the studies, we have seen some of the benefits out of this process. And one of those is that intangible value of people linked to their own symbols, aligned to their symbols, understanding the importance of national symbols, as it were. So, Chair, thank you very much, and thanks to the members of the committee. And there are things which we actually have learned. And one of the lessons I learned today from Honorable Dennis is that he goes out of his way and he buys soccer balls, netballs, and other equipment of sport. And he then raises a point that you can't, when you're supposed to be giving this particular resource, then at the same time you juxtapose that with bread, because both need to exist, as it were. In terms of timing, Chair, I think that has been covered when this thing started. But let me tell you, Chair, in my experience, for different reasons, there's never been a situation where we are transforming public spaces and people say, no, yeah, it's the right time. There's never been a situation where we are engaging in this process and people say, yeah, it is the budget is okay. You know, there's never been such time, because immediately people tell you about clinics, as it has happened here, about schools, about roads, but we have a mandate. And our mandate is different from all of those things which are being mentioned as people argue their point. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to members of the
committee. Let me take this opportunity to thank the ministry, also the office of DG with DDGs. I'm seeing hands. I'm not sure whether these are all hands or these are follow-up questions. I've noticed the hand of Honorable Dennis and Honorable Mhlongo. If I'm giving you this chance, the second chance, tell us why your hands are Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. I forgot to ask if this monumental flag, if it's going to go up, when it goes up, will it only be seen in the day, or will it be visible at night time? Will there be electrification into the poles in the flag? Just wanted clarity on that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. It's a follow-up question, Chair. Chair, yes. I wanted to, I think maybe the department must, when you go to the media, I think I've raised this while I was in committee. They gave us a picture, it's like 5 million has been spent to date. And according to the presentation, they're now saying only 1 million has been spent. I think it must be corrected even on the media, because according to the media, it says 5 million has been spent to date. And can you maybe give us details, environmental study, how much did it cost? All the questions that I've asked, the assessment, impact, how much did it cost? And the companies, I think we must get that. I heard you spoke of one company, and the actual tender didn't go out. And then how many flags are we envisaged to have out of the, if I calculate right, if my calculation 5 plus 17 million, which is 22 out of 17 million. Thank you very much, Chairperson. But Chair, I wanted to raise just one of the things that the minister has raised, but I want to raise it differently, because I believe, yes, Honorable Dennis is saying that you must balance issues. But when you balance issues, you must see, because I only saw it while I was speaking in committee, this item. I think it's high time for the department. Let us not hear things from the media. Let us be spoon-fed by the department, and for us to get things from the media. Like, for an example, the media gave us a picture if it's 5 million have been spent to date, just for geo study and for your feasibility studies. And now to today, it's only 1 million have been spent to date, which is something must be right. I think we must get information from the department and to get information from the media. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. I'm taking back this follow-up question to the leadership of the department. You can answer accordingly, DG, DM, and the minister. Now it's your time that you must come back. The platform is yours.
Any comment?
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and to honorable members who have asked questions. Simply question, this is going to be illuminated. It's going to be seen day and night with lights during the night, so that it's always there for people to see and enjoy. And then maybe just to respond to Honorable Mhlongo, it's very difficult to account for something that has been stated by media. But maybe let me go back to the point that I've made. For this feasibility study, we paid about 1.7 million. That is the fact, right? And then, as you could have seen, Honorable Chairperson, in my presentation, now this was more of an estimation of how we're going to be spreading this money for the construction now. You could see that I put 5 million for 2022, 2023, and then 17 million for 2023, 2024. Now, the 5 million that the media is talking about, really, it's very difficult to account for it. It might just be a misunderstanding as we presented this project and seeing this 5 million. We have not spent 5 million on this project. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable DG Ndima. Any other intake, DG? May I refer now to the ministry?
No, that is fine, Chairperson. I think Mr. Ndima was on point. Yeah.
Okay. DM and Minister, do you want to say something out of the two follow-up questions?
Not really. I think the officials have really adequately answered the question. We take note what Honorable Mhlongo is saying about being given information on time so that they don't get issues from the media. I think that point is well taken. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Honorable Minister.
I don't think you saw the sign, Chair. I think I'm covered, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity again to thank the ministry to come and brief us and to present this project, that it was a national issue on the media, and now we can have say that we know now what is going on. When we were not yet having information, some of us being chairpersons, there were so many media people who wanted to interview and to get to know. I couldn't disappoint you, the committee members, because I was not able to go and take an engagement with the information that was not with us as the committee. We are appreciating this today. By saying that, I'm saying now I want to release the department and we'll going to take the last item in our agenda. I don't know, we've past the time that we're supposed to end at 12. Now it's 1 o'clock. You are released ministry with the department. As we have already indicated, both of you, how do you feel about this day? You are released.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. No, thank you very much, Chair and honorable members, Minister and DM, and my colleagues. Have a great afternoon. Thanks.
Solega, do we still have time for minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can do them.
Okay. Honorable members, it was a long day, but with good contribution from honorable members of this committee. Now I'm putting to you the minutes of the 3rd May. Can you move up in order that the members, they must see who were in attendance, in order that when I will be saying that adoption of the minutes, those who were in attendance, those who were present is the chairperson, Honorable Adams, Mama Bulo, Honorable Zondi, Mama Sibia, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Van Dijk, Honorable an alternate Honorable Joseph, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Makaula, Honorable Sibisi, Honorable Jafta, Honorable Tuli. I'm putting these minutes as we are seeing that they are in front of us, that I want somebody going to adopt, saying that these are true reflection of our discussion. I need any member who was present to do that. I've seen the hand of Honorable Zondi, Honorable Simia, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Shah. I propose that we take the minute as a reflection of the previous discussion on the 3rd of May.
Honorable members, this is the motion by Honorable Zondi. Honorable Simia.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm seconding the adoption of the minutes.
Any other view? Now, if there's no other hand who's against, I'm declaring those minutes that are true reflection and be adopted. Thank you, honorable members. So, the second set of minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair, these are the minutes of the 4th of May.
Yes. Yes, so.
They are on the screen, Madam Chair.
Yes, so I do see it move. The honorable members, they see themselves. Honorable members, these minutes have been that is as now still seeing the possibility. Any other member want to adopt the minutes? Honorable Malomane. Honorable Malomane. Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable
Adam. Thank you, Honorable Malomane.
Chairperson, I second the proposal.
Honorables, the minutes are being seconded. Let me take this opportunity, if there's no other view, saying that I declare these minutes are adopted and are true reflection of our discussion on that day. Do we have any other thing that you want to say, Zolega?
No, Madam Chair, and maybe just to inform members that we will not be having interpreting services for the duration of the mini plenaries because the interpreting unit is short-staffed and therefore they cannot manage to give us interpreting services. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
The chairperson can close the meeting now.
Madam Chair, I think she must have connectivity issues. Let me just quickly check with her.
So, are we done?
All right.
Chair? Yeah? Sister Deal. Sister Deal now.
Can someone officially close the meeting, please?
Waiting for the chair. We'll check the response from Zolega.
Where's the deputy chair?
We've never nominated.
The minister has appointed them. The minister has appointed deputies and the board members.
Like that, you were
elected.
I got you.
Excuse me, members.
I got you.
Excuse me, members. The chairperson seems to have lost connectivity, but she is saying that she had adjourned the meeting. I'm not sure. I see Miss. Oh, she's back. She is back on the platform. Madam Chair.
Please don't forget to take.
I'm back. The mic is.
Yeah. Does it need to be? Yeah.
This week I'll come more after
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, can you add? Madam Chair, can you add
2 days in a week? It's better than nothing. 2 a week. 7 days.
You need a 7-day commitment.
See, I'm in a meeting even now.
I said my apologies.
Chairperson.
Members, it looks like we have lost the chairperson again.
So,
Ms. Malumane?
Yes, I've heard that you said the chairperson has said he has closed the meeting, but just because maybe we didn't hear, I don't know. Were you saying so?
Yes, that's correct. Otherwise, she's having connectivity problems. I think the meeting stands adjourned.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.